myself one of them.
Orange County DA Todd Spitzer says David Chow also faces an enhancement of lying in wait, armed not only with guns, but firebombs and bags as he locked the doors of that church. President Biden visiting Buffalo, New York after Saturday's mass shooting that left 10 black shoppers dead and telling reporters America has a problem with domestic terrorism.
We have to admit it. I don't know why we don't admit what the hell's going on.
Also vowing that white supremacy will not have the last word. Pennsylvania's lieutenant governor, who's running for U.S. Senate, is scheduled for pacemaker surgery just hours after voting by emergency absentee ballot in today's Democratic primary. John Fetterman had suffered a stroke on Friday. His campaign says a pacemaker with a defibrillator is being implanted to address the underlying cause. The Republican Senate race in Pennsylvania is considered close between three candidates.
And in talking to voters, the task that they've really had of the Republican side is trying to determine who they find to be the true conservative candidate here, and then whether that candidate is the person that can pull in moderates and independents come the general election, because that is something that they are going to have to do. Now, Dr. Mehmet Oz, the celebrity surgeon, now he believes that he is that person.
Fox's Alexandria Hoff in Columbia, Pennsylvania. Dr. Oz backed by former President Trump, but businessman David McCormick has been close in the polls, along with conservative activist Kathy Barnett, who's been focusing on a grassroots campaign. Also voting underway in North Carolina, plus Kentucky, Idaho, Oregon. America is listening to Fox News.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to naktak, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tuman location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
Win a $100 gas card when you purchase Gasolina energy drinks. Be one of 5 winners and enter now when you purchase 3 for $4 Gasolina 8-ounce or 3 for $5 Gasolina 16-ounce energy drinks. Drawing on June 21st. Free gas with 76 Circle K. Take it easy. Get a 10-pound bag of ice for only 95 cents when you purchase a 12-pack or more of any soda or beer. Only 95 cents for a 10-pound bag of ice. Swing by Circle K today. Some conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy.
With coronavirus infections rising again nationwide, regulators clear another COVID shot for younger children.
The FDA authorizing Pfizer's COVID-19 boosters for healthy children ages 5 to 11, though the CDC has the final say on whether to formally recommend a third shot for that age group. Those kids would receive 1/3 of the dose administered to everyone 12 and older. Only about 30% of eligible youngsters have received the initial 2 Pfizer doses since they became available to them in November. COVID-19 vaccines are not authorized yet for children under 5, though Pfizer and Moderna have been studying the effects of shots for tots. The FDA is expected to review data from one or both companies next month. Steve Rappaport, Fox News.
A Michigan abortion ban that's been dormant for decades is now officially on hold. A judge issuing a preliminary injunction saying the law likely violates the state constitution, pending a U.S. Supreme Court ruling on abortion. The Michigan law dates back to 1931 and makes it a crime to aid in a medical abortion. It hasn't been enforced since the 1973 Supreme Court ruling that legalized abortion nationwide, but Planned Parenthood has sued to block enforcement with the fate of Roe v. Wade now in doubt. The battle against a windswept wildfire continues in New Mexico.
The Hermit's Peak Calf Canyon fire that's burned some 300,000 acres northeast of Santa Fe, destroying hundreds of homes. It's the biggest wildfire burning in the U.S. and the biggest in state history. Now only 26% contained.
It's kind of hard to figure out what to do when we don't even know what's going to happen.
That's resident Sean Marie Sanchez amid thousands of evacuations in northern New Mexico and from several fires, including the Cerro Paleto fire northwest of Santa Fe. That's also burned about 45,000 acres and just 62% contained. Amid a state of emergency, President Biden this month approved a major disaster declaration for the state.
Fox's Jeff Manasso. The Dow up 431 at the close. I'm Lisa Brady, Fox News.
Here at Nimitz Towers, we're a large-scale rental complex. We have over 20 employees, and when the pandemic hit, our concerns were people not being able to work, loss of revenue and income, and luckily, Due to PPP, we were able to keep all our employees employed, working. We were able to provide services, maintenance, and cleanliness for the building and the operation. Also, the rental assistance program helped us stay solvent during the pandemic and helped us keep the attendance in place.
We're thankful for Congressman San Nicolas advocating for these funds on our behalf in Washington, D.C.
If you have any concerns about any federal issues, feel free to contact your congressman's office.
Thank you for the federal funds. Thank you for the federal funds. Thank you for the federal funds.
Thank you for the federal funds.
Thank you for the federal funds. Thank you for the federal funds.
Paid for with official funds from the office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
Oh, what's for breakfast at KFC under $3.95, you ask? What's for breakfast at KFC that's different than the other guys, you ask? KFC's chicken wrap, sausage wrap, the Colonel's chicken congee, chicken fried steak, sausage biscuit and gravy, and biscuit sandwiches made with KFC's original fluffy biscuits. All for under $3.95 and all only at KFC. Plus, with waffles and the Colonel's chicken fried rice, we've got something for everyone.
So visit KFC for breakfast today. It's finger-licking good.
Half a day, it's 6:06. I'm Monisova Tyron with a look at your local news on The Point. A man accused of decapitating Andrew Castro with a knife in Santa Rita and leaving Castro's head in an abandoned vehicle in Dededo last year is set to go to trial. 41-year-old Donovan Allen Chargaloff Ornelas appeared in the court yesterday. According to the Guam Daily Post, the court granted attorney Gloria Rudolph's request to withdraw from the case due to a conflict. Rudolph told the court that her office already is representing the victim in the case. Attorney William Pohl was appointed to serve as defense co-counsel with attorney Terrence Timlin. Ornelas is scheduled back in court on May 24th when parties can decide if they will be ready to go to trial in July. According to court documents, Ornelas told police that he used crystal methamphetamine while at the victim's apartment back in January of 2021. Ornelas allegedly admitted that he felt compelled to kill Castro, saying that Castro placed his family in danger. Ornelas, who pleaded not guilty by reason of mental illness, disease, or defect to charges of murder and aggravated assault, awaits a second forensic evaluation to determine whether he is fit to stand trial. Meanwhile, the former Gura attorney Mark Smith has been acquitted of conspiracy to commit wire fraud and 26 counts of wire fraud in the District Court of Guam. A decision was announced yesterday, 5 months after the jury found him guilty. The victim is not valid, and a new trial will be required, according to his attorney. His conviction on the other charges, however, still stand, and that includes charges of theft of government property, conspiracy to commit money laundering, and 3 counts of engaging in monetary transaction with proceeds of specified unlawful activity, and 2 counts of laundering of monetary instruments. The parties are expected to return to court in July as the defense contends that Smith should be acquitted of all the charges. Smith sought the acquittal, stating that the government's theory of property fraud was defective, adding that the prosecutor improperly offered arguments that were outside of the scope of charges against him. Now, Smith was accused of receiving Section 8 housing payments. Despite his conflict of interest, he's also charged with trying to hide his interest in the rental properties using his now deceased friend Glenn Wong. Smith was scheduled to be sentenced today. That has been delayed pending the outcome of his hearing in July. And a federal investigation has found that the construction company under a contract with the Guam Housing and Urban Renewal Authority disregarded its legal obligation to pay 10 workers the required overtime rate for hours worked over 40 in a work week. The U.S. Department of Labor Wage and Hour Division determined that OH Construction, owned by Michael Lee, violated the Fair Labor Standards, and the company will now have to adhere to fines and penalties. We'll have more news right after this.
The Federal Reserve is starting to increase interest rates to fight inflation, but they're still so low, making it the perfect time to refinance your home, to lower your rate, and perhaps take advantage of its increased value to put some cash in your pocket during these uncertain times. Cash that you can have the freedom to access when you want, where you want, with your Bank Pacific Visa debit card. Lower your rate with cash in your pocket. Access your cash when you want, where you want, with your Visa debit card. Brothers Put Branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Equal housing lender, credit conditions apply.
The governors asked the management of the Guam Visitors Bureau and the Policy Board to work out their differences, but other than that, she isn't intending on intervening in the ongoing dispute between the two parties. The governor, as reported by the Guam Daily Post, says that she's asked the party to resolve their issues and be united so that they can focus on the recovery of the pandemic-hit tourism industry. The governor says based on what she's heard, a lot of it is policy and procedures that need to just align with each other. GVB board on Monday, on May 12th, voted to postpone all future meetings until a top-down review of GVB's operations. The board's role determines the board's role in the Bureau, and the authority under the GVB enabling law is completed. The vote came as a result of GVB's president, Carl Gutierrez' series of accusations against the board in public meetings. At yesterday's meeting of GVB's Japan and Korean Market Committee board members were not present. Senator Amanda Shelton, meanwhile, says her tourism committee has not planned an oversight hearing or an informational briefing on GVB, but is maintaining an open line of communication with Bureau officials. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
Oh, this is going to be a good, I'm just reading the magistrate reports here. This is going to be an interesting day. I just got there's so many great thug stories out there. Just I'm so glad that we've got 4 hours together to get through all of the fun stuff here this morning. 6:11, we've got a little bit of weather today. Sunny, it says, with highs near 88 degrees. This is misdirection. They're saying it's 88 degrees, but you know it's going to be hotter than that. Heat index is going to make it feel like 94 degrees in a concrete hot box, even hotter. East winds 8 to 11 miles an hour, blowing hot air around today. Will it cool off this evening? Yeah, but not by a whole lot. Mostly cloudy skies. Overnight lows of about 76 degrees. East winds blowing between about 6 and 10 miles an hour. About the same forecast for tomorrow. Mostly sunny. Highs near 88. Heat index up around 94, 95. East winds blowing moderate 6 to 10 miles an hour, 5 to 8 tomorrow night. Sunrise this morning at 5:54. Anybody go outside, take a look and see if we got, was there nice lights, Joe? You like to go outside early in the morning and
no, not as nice.
Fabuloso, the backyard.
Not as nice as the sunsets have been.
Sunsets have been absolutely gorgeous. We'll have another one tonight. Ow! Just FYI. Just saying, if you're not doing anything, 6:41 tonight is when we've got the sunset scheduled. So hashtag tell the others. 6:12, 6:13 in the morning. It's the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point, being brought to you here by Bank Pacific, banking on the Pacific for 67.75 years.
Are you looking for a new place to hang out with your friends? Let's go along the sidelines at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Located at 154 Iriarte Road, Unit 4 and 5 in Tamuning behind Royal Bigs. Sidelines, a hidden gem with nothing but great things to offer. Great atmosphere, great food, top shelf drinks, and a great team. What are we waiting for? Let the fun begin at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Open daily from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. See you there.
Half a day. My name is John Kinata from the village of Umata. I've applied for the program in Salapi to help me in my daily commute from Umata to Manila. Thank you to this administration for the program in Salapi.
The application deadline for program in Salapi has been extended to May 22nd, 2022. For more information, please visit doa.guam.gov. This ad was paid for by the Office of the Governor using government funds.
And thank you very much. Appreciate that. Portions of the program brought to you by American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by our team over at Cold Stone Creamery. What are they all about? They're all about your graduate. It's that time of the year. It's that season. The termites are out there, and so are the graduations. It's one of those things. A lot of people don't realize termites are attracted to the material that goes into caps and gowns. Little known fact, but it is true, and that's why we've got so many of them swarming around these days. Celebrate your graduate inside with Cold Stone Creamery's graduation-themed ice cream cakes. Not in the repertoire for you? That's all right. Dark and delicious signature ice cream cakes are available as well. Here's the deal. Call in, visit, order online at coldstonecreamery.com. And from Cold Stone Creamery, this special wish to all of the graduates of the class of 2022. You did it!
The Ray Gibson Show. Morning talk that matters. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
pressing the buttons early today, get the program started. Hey, welcome to the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. As usual, crazy thrilled to be here with you. It's Wednesday, right? Trash day over at Ray's house. Brilliant.
Not home day.
No, what's that? It's the day I don't call
whatever.
home day. I get, there's other ways that we can punctuate the passing of the days here. And as Mon and I are fond of talking about, Trash Day just happens to be one of them. I don't know why. It feels like a big deal. Feels like a big deal when it gets to be like Tuesday afternoon, and I've assembled all of the trash in the trash can in the kitchen, and unzip it from the thing and walk it outside, walk them in out. I feel like I've done my adulting for the day. I feel like this is the accomplishment. I want to put that on Twitter. I want to take a selfie of me in the trash can.
Something to drink about.
Look, I made it. Well, there's always something to drink about. Come to think of it, it's anyway 6:16 in the morning as we say welcome to the thing. The Real Joe gets the phone when you call it. 888-825-5888-TALK is a telephone number around here. Midweek Mayhem. That's what I think we're going to be calling this thing. Wait, it's me again. Oh, no. I did turn the thing on. Otherwise, I'm not going to know who's in the top 10 here this morning. And it looks like our winner is going to be another big man, but not one from around here, actually checking in from the free zone in the States. More on that in a second. As I said, the phone number, 888-8255, is the way to get a hold of Real Joe. And if you're really nice to him and you say all of the correct words, and I don't know what the correct word is for today. Joe will let you in. He'll go ahead and set it up so that you can actually go on the radio and talk to me. But there's a bunch of other different ways that you can get to me your thoughts and sentiments and your ideas about where the week is headed or where the day is headed. And that's Facebook Live, YouTube Live. I believe I've got the chat thing going. Yes, I do have the chat thing on. Something changed. There was a weird kind of Mercury in retrograde thing because I turned on the Gizmo yesterday.
Yeah.
And there was no Chatty. There was no James Howard. There was no Lupin Guam. There's no, Who's Your Big Daddy 06. I wasn't able to see them. And I checked the settings this morning, and sure enough, the part about comments was clicked out. Like they do permanently over at the legislature because nobody really wants to know what people think about them in real time.
We don't want your mouth.
We're not that sensitive around here. Don't really care. So we've got the comments things are up and online on the YouTube side. So let me know what you're thinking about there on the Facebook side. And the meme machine also likewise online here this morning. I can tell because Mark Cruz has already sent me a meme that I can play for. It says, gas is so damn high, mailman is working from home. He called me yesterday. Oh, wait, so you were early on that.
Yeah, man.
Early. Sorry. Want to try it again? All right. See, gas so damn high, the mailman's working from home. He called me yesterday and read my bills to me. Monty Silva Tower is going to take care of news and headlines and all kinds of other stuff. Do you think you got another couple hours worth of news that you might be able to
I'm kind of done.
Fill in.
But you know what?
Yeah.
You still have a chance. You can order your COVID test, another round being offered free.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
On that?
Yeah, I ordered another set. Again.
You put them on
stockpile.
the black
Collect
market,
them all.
gray market. Yeah, so one for everybody.
You offer something free. I'm going to ask for it.
Gonna name them after people in the administration.
Free.
This is my Josh Tykenko. Josh, what's the guy's name? Tenorio. It's my Josh Tenorio. Haven't seen him in so long. This is my Josh Tenorio set of the test kits.
Pretty
Here's
soon
my
I'll have
Lily
so
and Grill
many
set.
I could have my own drive-up test site.
Why not? How much fun could that be? Get maybe people leaving tips or something like that. And don't we all? I'm missing the opportunity to plunge something deep into somebody's nostril. You ever just get? I wonder.
I never tried it, Ray.
There's all these people. I'm wondering. That we're crazy about getting tested all the time or had to get tested all the time. I wonder, Brian Chogaloff, I'm thinking about you here. I'm wondering, do you miss it? Is there a part of you that is wake up in the morning and go, well, there's one less thing that I need to do on a Monday, and that is go and get myself in a line and have somebody in a National Guard uniform plunge something deep into my nostril, scratching, manipulating the back part of my eye here in order for them to get a sample. And of course, there's that always awkward moment of wondering if there's going to be a booger attached to the thing, right? Isn't that
anxiety?
That no, it was when I got mine.
What's that?
I've had two tests. I've had two tests. One of them was administered. It's months ago now, so I can say it. One of them was administered by a high-ranking member of the Guam Visitors Bureau. And it was
Did
not.
he do it for you?
No, he didn't do it.
I was gonna
Another
say, that's
high-ranking member of the Guam Visitors Bureau.
That is love if
I
he
think
did
this
it for you.
statute of limitations may have run out on that, but anyway, so I'm there. It was the first time I got tested. It was the negative test when I thought I had symptoms, and I got the call down and says, "Hey, listen, yeah, I know how this is, so I'll make it easy for you. Just come on by. We've got an extra kit." And so a high-ranking member of GVB did the thing, and so I'm swirling it around in my nostril, and all I can think of is live or die. It doesn't really matter. I just don't want this thing to come out with one of those booger hangers.
Yeah.
Just you don't know it's there. You don't feel
Stretchy
it.
one.
It's just multi-dimensional.
Wow.
The multifaceted booger. It's hard on one side, running on the other. I don't know. But I fortunately just a little bit of nose stuff came out, and it was sufficient enough to do the test and came out negative.
Nice sample.
Yeah. Thank you.
Anyway, who's on the line?
What? What?
Oh.
What do you mean? Who's on the line?
I'm just trying to move you along.
Oh, thanks very much. I appreciate that. Well, nobody's on the line right now. Okay. Ooh, yeah. See, TMI. Are we TMI this morning? We can't be TMI. All right. 6:21, and lots to get through as we make our way through. That's you met Joe, and now you met Mon, and I am Ray. It's a crazy kind of morning that we do around here. There is a lot of items in the table of contents. I don't want to say that there's anything like super tectonic. What was the big deal yesterday? Of a couple of them is Mike Sinicolas over at the Rotary Club. He got a chance to speak to the Rotary Club yesterday, and I think the Leon Guerrero administration, Leon Guerrero Tenorio administration, on their quest now to get as much attention as possible. So every day there's going to be some kind of very public proclamation signing. What was the big deal yesterday? We're going to Dedadome.
Hype.
And we're going to build a new location for the thugs to hang out. It's everybody. There's too many thugs over at the skate park, so they're going to renovate the entire basketball court area and
spread them out a little bit.
Yeah. Thin out the crowd, so we don't have a whole bunch of them there. But the thing that's actually in my head here today, and I don't know, maybe the gross booger thing here might have been a preamble. I'm not going to play it. But I got 4. I got 4 videos in my mail yesterday, in my WhatsApp yesterday.
Oh, no.
And I'm not playing any of them.
Thank you.
Oh, my God. So one of them, I mean, it's not that they're well, one is dirty. One is dirty. But 4 videos.
They're all dirty.
They were all kind of casino.
All dirty, yeah.
All right, so one of them is the guy in prison. This big, gordo kind of French fry of a guy, right? You didn't see that one? And it's the one that we were talking about yesterday. Hey, Par, what'd I do? What did I do, Par? It was one of these things.
That was the UFC.
They were in a jail cell.
The
there were
MMA
like
and the
3
DOC.
people in there, and there's this one big guy, right? And he looked like he had gloves on.
Yeah,
and
workout
he
gloves.
was just pummeling this other dude. Much smaller. I mean,
what did I do, Par?
Yeah, what did I do, Par? I mean, that's the quote from there. And just jamming this guy, knee to the head, just wailing on him, and wondering how it is possible that the guy managed to survive that kind of thing. It must be from Saipan 2 with the hard head thing.
Kicking him in the head.
Oh, just a gruesome video. Hard to watch.
That's prison, man.
The other video that was unbelievably hard to watch, I couldn't make it to the end, is somebody sent me a copy of the video of the guy doing the shooting at that grocery store in the States.
Watch. I won't.
Yeah, I mean, this thing killed. You don't know what it is. It didn't come with any kind of warning. It's just there's this guy getting out of the car and he's got a gun, and all of a sudden he just unloads on some people. I watched it until he got kind of into the store, and then I said, I can't watch the rest of this anymore. The 2 videos that I watched to the end because they were short. One of them was that. I want to give her a fun kind of Ray Gibson show nickname, but I'm trying to figure out, what the poopy palaan, the
Eileen.
Guam's Amber
Come on,
Heard.
Eileen.
Guam's Amber Heard.
Guam's Amber Heard.
It's some of you have seen the video where she kind of lets it fly at just kind of drops trowel over in the parking lot. I think down in Harmon somewhere. And now there's another one where she doesn't even stop walking. She's just kind of walking down. It's on somebody's video camera. She's walking, drops trowel, and then just kind of sprays it out. Just and leaves a splat on the ground and walks away. And then the last one here. Now watch this one to the end is a couple of guys in a car. And it's sad too because I could play the audio because the audio is fairly clean, and they were able to capture a couple. Megan Whoopi, broad daylight, side of the road. broad daylight, side of the road, in front of God and everybody. Just having a good time.
That one.
Yo, that one,
The tacos.
I guess I don't know what was going on, but the guys in the video were narrating it and zooming in to see if we could get a little bit more detail. And I guess the thing that's in my head here, guys, is we talk about all this stuff. We had the lady clearly with some mental health issues and walking around just spraying poop wherever she happens to go. No wiping, never mind the wiping. And a couple making love out in broad daylight and the fights and the thing. And the question I asked, and I asked Mata this on.
That's what that was, Ray, making love.
There was making love.
Okay.
Yeah. Making love. I just, made me want to go home and watch Filipino rom-coms. But the question that I have in my head, and I asked it out loud in a couple of places and only got one good answer, was how do we get Guam back? How do we get our Guam back? How do we get it back from all the people that are walking around with mental health issues that really, really need attending to? I mean, we just forget all of the bureaucracy and who's in charge of what. I mean, we clearly are not doing any favors for these people by allowing them to just kind of live free out on the streets. Hey, my God, imagine if those shots were taken by Koreans. While they're out touring the island and having a good time. You'd hate to see something like that being made fun of in South Korean media with their South Korean morning shows. You know what I mean? How do we get past where we seem to have been all these years, mental health issues and substance abuse issues, and get back to a Guam? And I'll borrow a quote from Mike St. Nicholas that's actually livable. He used those words at the Rotary Club yesterday. That's why I hope we get a chance to talk to him and get more of those kinds of things. In the meantime, it's 6:26 in the morning, and are we ready to greet these actually livable human beings? All right, here it comes.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name, and they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
Like happy hour at Pirates Cove. Everybody knows your name. There it is. I don't know if it's happy hour, but sun came up on the eastern side of the island. Got video of pictures of that from Jeff over at Pirates Cove here. It's not Taco Tuesday. It's what kind of Wednesday we want to call it? Weird, wacky, midweek way. The day that Ray doesn't call hump day. All right, gotcha. Some great pictures. Thank you very much. I appreciate you sending those things in and checking in. At number one from the free zone is big man Mark Voigtland. Good to have you online. Thanks for checking in. Good to hear from you. Joanne Titano's there. Bob and Connie Bartonico celebrating the afterglow of Bob's 60th birthday. Way to go. Brad Woods on the line. I see Gerald Young, Tony and Annette and Pinko Ada. You'll be able to see Senator Tony Ada with his running mate Felix Pikamatsu this morning at 9 o'clock on Candid. And I don't know how you're going to be able to watch that and this show at the same time, but we'll work our way through that technology later on. Sabine Chargala saying hello from Colorado Springs. Soft-a-lie. John Ray Uggan, is it betting us yet, Ray? Wow, great seeing you last Saturday at the race. We've been BFF for over 30-plus years, a.k.a. Captain Guam, being best of friends. Absolutely. And blew off everybody else to make sure that you and I had some time together. I could have spent some time talking to important and ranking members and Chief Justices of the Guam Supreme Court, but I'm like, no, there's the cowbrow guy over there. It's usually more fun to talk to. Big man Rico B is online, Mike Grace Bloss, and Edwin Keats. It's off at Detwin. Jerome McDonald, Ron Castro. I got Chris Abolenches there. Bill Petit online, Hava, Anna Marie, Sarita Garin. That's pretty, Sarita Garin. I was reading something. And it's the summer months are just about upon us here. We got graduation season, Father's Day is coming. It's going to be Father's, and barbecue and time and opportunities for us to get together. And it was a question that was asked by somebody in social media about is there a get-together that you look forward to because so-and-so is going to be bringing a dish that you cannot refuse? And the answer is absolutely yes. If I'm looking at, if I'm ramping from that after seeing Sarita's name, the answer is those incredible fried pork chops that she's got, right? And then Pam Duvall, the hot sister of the program with her potato salad.
Yeah, and her Kelligwin.
And well, pretty much everything. But I mean, if you've only got one bowl because I haven't given you all your other ones back, then let's fill it with potato salad. I got Joe and Goko online. Senator Jesse Anderson Lujan.
Viva the body.
Lonnie Salas and Dave Lessard and Dan Rosal hanging out. I got Kevin Canata, Jose ThePOINT Jr. Chris Ebelencha says Taco Tuesday night. Maybe where you are, but it's Wednesday already in this place here. Nick Perlowski must be talking about that video I was talking about. He was eating lunch al fresco. Brennan Fausto Gigo Jarhead online. Who else is playing around? The Guam Wildlife roaming freely. That's what we've got. Preach the gospel, a.k.a. the good news, says Mike Grace Blas. Lena McDaniel is there saying good morning to everybody. Jose Martinez with his greetings. Leslie St. Nicholas. I'm looking at Lena McDaniel saying hi, uncle, but I'm not sure who he's saying hi, Uncle, too. I guess somebody's out there. Uncle Jerome. Okay, that's who it is. Gina St. Nicholas is online. So is Patty Cruz. Gemma Bustamante is there. Mark Voigtland says Pam's daughter's potato salad. Marla Carbolito online. And Jose ThePOINT talking about Father's Day at the Child Support Office. Always a special thing here, isn't it? Jay Dean Almonte is saying, good morning, Ray, watching from Tamuning. What are you doing watching? Where's Dean? Oh, you guys were out last night. Maybe Dean's not awake just yet. But it's good to have you online. Colin Clark checking in and saying Hafalai Gatsung as well. I don't know why. There seems to be some kind of a delay on this, so I'll go back and take a look at the other names later on. Let me just quickly check and see if the Howard Experience is online on the YouTube side. Absolutely welcoming everybody there. Who's your Big Daddy? 06 is hanging out. I'm looking at Raw 671 Honey. That's the B-Man Dennis Larson. And a plug here for Dennis Larson and everybody in the B community. Tomorrow is B Day, so you need to be at Skinner Plaza, and there's going to be a whole B thing going on. I have every intention of being down there and helping with the honey tasting competition that's going to be taking place. Oh, looks like Rico's here, too. Looks like Lonnie is here, too. I see what's going on. Johnny Martinez saying buenas to everybody on Guam. All right, groovy. 888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number. Table of contents is, as I said, a little bit full here this morning. If you're looking for a job, today's the day.
Where?
Everywhere. It's got everybody. Okay, wait. Okay, so here's the thing: is we might not qualify for many of these positions that are being advertised for. As an example, Real Joe, they're looking for an HVAC technician.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I know how to do with the air conditioner?
Yeah.
On and off.
On and off.
That's it.
Call the guy.
I called the guy.
Yeah. I called Just Mendiola, dude.
He's a hard guy. The Aircon Kuya is the hardest guy to get a hold of. And you know who else is busy this week? This is all
plumber?
Gleaned from my own personal experiences. No, I don't have any problems with plumbing. But here's the issue here is it's hot. And I'm thinking maybe I need the Aircon Kuya to come by and take a look at things and make sure that it's all running efficiently. So you called the Aircon place and you say, can you send the Aircon Kuya over to the house? Yes, we can. In August. We can send him over because he's really busy
you hear
right
them
now.
turning the pages, right?
Yeah,
on the
yeah,
thing?
Oh, yeah.
We got you here. And
just hold on. Gibson, right? Okay. Have you moved again? Anyway, so you got that, and then there's the generator Kuya, who is very, very busy because we got everybody concerned about load shedding, power going off, tripping off here, there, and everywhere else. So the Aircon Kuya and the generator Kuya, very, very hard to get a hold of these days, and that's why they're just looking to hire one at GESIWorld.com and just hire their own guy. Game room attendance, we've got opportunities.
Oh, that's us, right?
Game room attendance?
Yes, we could do that, man.
No skill required whatsoever. Maybe just counting and handing people change or something like
money
that.
when you get robbed.
Job opportunities include is this the police department? No, this is security officers and armed security officers. Somebody's looking for people that are capable of
we need more
carrying.
of those, aren't we?
I'm just thinking maybe I'm hoping. You know what I'm hoping they're doing? Putting together that vigilante force that I've been talking about. See, that's how in my mind, that's how we get Guam back. Is just a bunch of guys, just to be Ray Gibson SEAL team, whatever.
A crack team.
A crack team of guys. We'd have a wire guy for surveillance and video and this stuff. We'd have a cleaner. Just somebody that just takes the bodies and we don't care what happens. For like
Cleans
that scene from
John Wick.
Breaking Bad. We get the Black Construction is looking to hire an electrical supervisor. Nope, don't touch electricity. Electricians, closest thing I've got to being able to work at Black Construction is being a security guard or a licensed bus operator. And even then, I don't think I have the appropriate license to be able to drive a bus, filled with actual human beings on the inside of it. I get uncomfortable when I've got more than 3 people riding in the pickup truck with me. How about this one? Funeral service attendant, Real Joe at Guam Memorial Funeral Home. Why don't we do it? Why don't we totally do it?
You can join us for a light merienda.
Behind the church. It'll be all right. Family doesn't want you coming around to the house, so just eat here, okay?
No, thank you.
And Vitali's has an opening for servers. Virtually every restaurant I go on, we talked about this yesterday, has got an opening for servers. Vitali's has got one as well. So
now that you and I could do.
You
and me, Ray, we could go in there, we could run the things, serve the food.
Okay, so I don't normally complain about things, but I remember once a few years ago, I went and they had one of these meatball lasagna things, and it was the regular meatball platter. You know what I'm talking about? Lasagna platter, and on top of it, in the picture, it looks like you got these 2 big baseball-sized meatballs on the inside of it. I'm going, oh, that's what I'm famished. I'm going to eat that. That's what I'm going to be eating. And then the thing came, and it wasn't 2 big pieces of meatball that was buried in the lasagna. It was 1 big piece that was cut in half.
Oh, yeah.
And I was like, oh.
Supply chain issues, Ray.
Yeah. Must be something like that. We would have made the whole thing, except, it's stuck in the States with the formula. 6:36 in the morning. Lots and lots to get to here. And if you would like to find something to growl about, maybe Monica can help you with some news and headlines here. We got anything in there that's going to make Nick Perlowski growl?
Yeah, maybe.
All right, let's find out together.
Well, the Guam Election Commission will move forward with its contract for the Westin Hotel for the early voting venue. This is after there were no protests that were filed over the procurement of the Tumon Hotel. All requirements for the occupancy still have to be met. The early voting is set for July 28th for the primary election. A man charged in the brutal killing of Andrew Castro last January set to go to trial. 41-year-old Donovan Allen Chargaloff Ornelas appeared in court yesterday. The court did grant his attorney's request to withdraw due to a conflict. Ornelas is alleged to have used meth while at the victim's apartment in Santa Rita prior to the murder, which took place in January of last year. He's set to be back in court on May 24th, where parties will decide if they will be ready to go to trial by July 13th. He is awaiting a second forensic evaluation after he pleaded not guilty by reason of mental illness. And the U.S. government offering another round of free at-home COVID tests to every residential address in the country. The tests are available to order online from the U.S. Postal Service. This is a 3rd round of at-home test kit that can be ordered per address. And those are your top stories here on The Point.
And you're really crazy about that story, aren't you? Isn't that something else? I did not get the release on that, but I don't think I'm going to be able to take advantage of it because
you're address.
Yeah, because I don't. I'm an address-free human being. I get mail through the company. And so somebody in the company has already used that address for these free test kits, which means I can't do it.
You're not going to use them anyway.
No, this is also true. They just stack up. You know what? They would stack up because we were talking about hoarding the other day, right? They would stack up near the other boxes of laundry sheets that I've got. Those are the binge buys. It doesn't matter where I am, what I'm doing, what I was actually shopping for. I cannot, for some reason, resist the idea that I'm almost out of dryer sheets at the house, so I always grab another box. So if you ever go to my house, that's the one thing. So it'd be boxes of dryer sheets.
If I'm ever out, I know where to find some.
Oh, absolutely. Okay, Post Canteen Online. This is important. Today is the last day to sign up and pay for your steak or pork chop. $25 for a steak, $12 for the pork chops. That's over at Post Canteen. I think I've got pictures of that somewhere. I'll see if I can get that on the screen. And so if you're curious about how to get all that done, then right-click on Post Canteen, and he'll give you all of the details in DMs here. 6:39 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. We'll find out what's going on in traffic on the other side of these important messages.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Get big discounts on huge travel experiences with the First Hawaiian Bank United Credit Card. You can travel to destinations in the USA and receive 10% off selected United Airlines Premium Economy or Business Class airfares purchased through May 31st, 2022 when you use promo code FHB022. Visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to FHB.com/United Fair Sale 10 for more information. Don't wait. Apply today. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes.
JV International Safety Equipment has it all for you. Fall protection, rain gear, traffic signs, speed bumps, custom signs and banners, PPEs, fire extinguishers, plus more. Check them out on Facebook at JV International Safety Equipment Company or visit their website, www.jvisec.com. JV International Safety Equipment, Guam's leader in occupational and environmental safety equipment. Call 688-9524. JV International Safety Equipment located in Harmon Industrial Park.
There it is. There's a picture. Cook your own steak / pork chop night, 21 May 2022, and you got to sign up and have it paid for by today. If you want details, like I said, hit up Post Canteen on the Facebook, and he'll be happy to get you deets on all of that stuff. What do we got here in terms of traffic here? Wednesday morning, and don't see a whole lot that's happening. A little bit of traffic up around Route 9. Might be going, where is that? It's way up there north. There might be a preparation for construction, and I think they're doing some striping up there as well. Might see some traffic lingering up around Anderson Air Force Base. Otherwise, southbound Marine Corps Drive all the way through Dededo. Looking pretty clean now. Just a little bit of intersection traffic. Attica starting to look a little bit busy as folks try to make their way out of that and then on to Marine Corps Drive. 8, 10, and 16, and most of 16 is looking good. 8, 10, and 16 is running clear right now. Don't see anything at 15 and 10, 4 and 10, and 4 into the downtown area is looking fairly clean right now. Don't see anything else that is going to slow you down. Even traffic down at Big Navy in Shumai is looking pretty good here. It's 6:41. There's your right now traffic. This is The Point.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile Team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Family Finance has been serving the people of Guam since 1959, and they will continue to be there for you in the years to come. Get a personal loan for that summer vacation or to pay off those long overdue bills. Family Finance has got you covered. Apply for a personal loan from $1,000 up to $3,900 by calling Family Finance in Hagåtña, now at the old Nanbo Insurance Building at 475-4545, Upper Tumon 647-5626, or in Dededo 633-4473. Family Finance, here to serve you.
Would you like an interesting factoid? This is something that you'll be able to use today, and you run up to somebody and say, I've got an interesting factoid. Would you like to hear it? Here's interesting factoid number 1 on the Ray Gibson Show for today. Not a single automobile was sold last month in Shanghai. Nobody bought any cars at all in Shanghai last month. China's largest city and the financial capital of the nation was obviously in lockdown. The majority of their 25 million residents mostly confined to their homes or residential compounds as part of the sweeping lockdown to stamp out the nation's worst COVID outbreak since the virus emerged in Wuhan more than 2 years ago. Which is disappointing because one of the things that we learned about China was they got to Wuhan and the lockdown, and then they managed to survive it. And then you remember they were having raves in swimming pools in Shanghai.
Big parties.
Yeah, big parties. And then I guess they got it again. Not a single car sold last month in China. Would you like to know what kind of car, the first automobile that was purchased after the lockdown?
Sure.
It was a Nissan. It was a Nissan automobile, and the reason why is because they just look so good and priced to move even in Shanghai, like they are here on Guam. And more reasons to buy a Nissan. That wasn't my long, clever way of getting into the commercial. But if you thought it was clever, then great. But anyway, more smiles to the gallon with Nissan. They've got it's like a 30-plus gang, a club of automobiles that get better than 30 miles to the gallon, including the Versa, 35 miles to the gallon. Sentras and Kicks get 33, and even the big cars, the Altima and the Rogue, 32 miles to the gallon. You want more than that, bigger savings? Then get yourself into a Nissan Leaf. Gets you the equivalent of 111 miles to the gallon. How about that? Details at NissanGuam.com.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show.
Yeah.
Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Just checking out something over at the Guam Election Commission. I think today is one of those kinds of milestones, and I'm absolutely right as usual. Today is 100 days. Today marks 100 days between now and the primary election here on Guam. And how exciting is that going to be? Isn't that going to be fun? We've got all these people that are running for office. You got Mikey in there against Lou and Felix and Tony off on their own on the Republican side. Look, no, just with the attempted meddling by the Democrats and the CEC of the Democrat Party, just by their meddling, I thought that was all the entertainment that we're going to get. But I got a feeling that there's going to be even more entertainment as we get closer and closer, draw closer and closer to that magical day that is the primary election. Now, there's a couple of thoughts in my head, as usual. One of them is, well, it's going to be knockdown, drag-out fun. August the 27th. It's going to be a Saturday, so a lot of people don't necessarily have to worry about going to work. Or taking off from work, because for a lot of people that's the day off anyway, which means that the precincts are going to be going crazy. Among my favorite things about the whole process of getting elected or going through an election is when you drive up and it's like driving into a village while they're having a fiesta. You know that feeling? You got both sides of you got people on both sides of the street, and they got sounds blasting. They got like DJs there, big speakers, and
smoke in the air.
And there's
barbecue.
food, and there's food. Now 646. When Mana was deep into the political thing, that was one of my favorites. I'd go and hang out with her, go and take care of the voting over at
Barrigada,
and then when you're done, it's like, okay, let's go hang out at the Republican tent, because I know Mana's going to be at the Republican tent, and she's going to show me which cooler has got beer in it, regardless of the time of day. And there's food and butzi and empanada. Yeah, it's just so much fun to do that. So I'm kind of hoping. And then when you're done with that, then naturally you go across the way.
And then people come by from the village that you don't see very often.
Right.
You see them come in and vote, and then they stop in and you chat for a little bit.
But there's also surveillance.
Regardless of whether or not you're Republican or Democrat, they come in and say hi.
But there's surveillance that goes on at those kinds of things as well. I mean, poll watching going on. So you drive by and so and so passed by, and somebody says, okay, we'll put a mark next to their name because he's a registered Republican. We need to make sure that they're there. And if certain people don't show up by a certain time,
you call them.
Then you get on the phone.
You didn't come yet.
Come over because there's food. I did not realize that it was as organized as it is that way. Now, that's the way things have traditionally been done. Of course, COVID-19 changed everything. We got into different office voting procedures, and it was no longer just one day to go out and get the vote. You had several days into the weeks now to go out and get the vote. Do you suppose that will change things very much? The number of people that instead of waiting until the 27th of August to vote will instead, go do the drive-through thing over at the Westin.
Yeah, I think so. And I think it's a matter of convenience. If they're going off island, they get their voting taken care of. They don't have to worry about it on an election day.
Don't have to worry about crowds if you're COVID sensitive.
There are some people who say, I'm going to wait until election day because I might change my mind. I'm going to give you a little extra time to prove to me why I should vote for you.
Absolutely. We need more proclamation signings.
Yeah.
We need more ribbon cuttings is what we need. Shut down more roadways.
Can you imagine you cast your vote early and then they do something to change your mind and you're stuck?
Oh man, I voted for that guy. Yeah, I suppose that would be a thing.
Can't
I don't know.
take it back.
I like going to the precinct. I like that drama. I like that pomp and circumstance of it. So I think regardless of whether or not I can vote early, I don't really have a reason.
I'm curious
to vote
though,
early.
Because in the years prior, the last couple of years, or actually it was just one election, but last election they allowed.
It just felt like a lot of elections because you voted 18 times.
I did vote a lot in the last one, but I wonder if they're going to do the curbside drive-up like they did last year.
Well, there's no more Guam Election Commission over at the GCIC building.
But at the precinct. So on election day, are they going to still allow voters who don't want to go inside to drive up?
Yeah,
because of the COVID precaution.
Well, Mom, the last election, Mom voted in. It was somebody.
Yeah,
she was a curbside voter.
Yeah.
So I don't think that's changed.
They were opening it up for everybody who was interested in doing the curbside.
Just
remember?
because I'm lazy to go inside.
Exactly.
I'm COVID
I did.
sensitive.
I voted for my car the third time.
I'm COVID sensitive. I don't want to go inside. My aircon in the car is better. 6:49 in the morning. We'll see if we can get a hold of Maria Pangolina to get more details and maybe answer some of those questions about how are things supposed to work over at the West. And I'm a little bit disappointed that the ideas that I came up with didn't work out for procurement matters. Obviously, we're not going to be able to do the deal over at Greyhound. I thought Greyhound would be perfect. Lots and lots of parking out there.
When you go and vote at the Westin, you can go and have something to eat at Taste.
I was going to say, and there's a bar right on the inside.
See?
Go in there, vote, and then go drink our troubles away, or drink first and then vote. It's 10 away from the top of the hour. Line one is who?
Long Life.
Long Life?
Maria Pangolina.
There's my favorite partner on the line. Buenos and half a day, Maria.
Half a day, Ray Gibson and Mana Silva.
Half a day.
Are you still praying for me every day?
Every day.
That's perfect. 10 away from the top of the hour. So I get a decision's been made, and I don't care what Tello and Joanne said. You guys are going with Weston. How is that going to work? Can I stay in the car, or is there a little loopy thing that I will be driving around before to cast my vote? What do you guys envision with the logistics over at Weston?
Okay, Ray Gibson cannot. I repeat. Ray Gibson cannot stay in the car.
Oh.
Okay, so curbside voting, especially for this year, is strictly for persons with disabilities.
Oh, I don't have a sticker.
Okay, and the Weston and Guam Election Commission would do everything possible to make it a positive, an excellent voting experience. So Ray Gibson has to go on to can park, right at the traffic light when you enter Weston. If you're lucky, you may be able to park right on top.
Okay.
Walk right in, no elevator to take, and vote on the express vote on the little machine.
There's a machine?
Well, do you remember? There's a ballot marking machine that we have from last time.
Oh, I didn't use that one from last. I mean, years ago. I remember a machine that we used years ago.
Yes, Ray. You didn't vote early, correct?
I've never voted early.
Okay. So the universal voting machine, express vote, it is the Guam Election Commission got those for persons with disabilities, so they can vote independently. A blind person can vote using that machine. So we have 10 machines. So we will set those up for anybody to use. Anybody can use those machines during early voting.
Well, you don't necessarily have to be an individual with a disability to do that.
No,
okay.
Anybody can use it during early voting.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So there's two things going on. There's early voting, and then there's curbside voting. Curbside voting only applies to individuals with disabilities. Will they be able to vote early?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, so there's another mechanism for that.
Yes, we will have curbside voting at Weston.
Okay. Oh, but only for individuals with disabilities. Everybody else that just wants to vote early, park the car, go in the entrance upstairs. Don't need to ride the elevator or anything like that. Just go through the main entrance by the parking lot, and then just go and find the machines and vote, and then you're done.
Yeah. Well, if you're going to enter lobby level, there will be an elevator that you can take up. If you're going to enter at that second level, right above the lobby,
okay,
you can just walk right in. The elevator from the lobby will take you up to the, I guess it's the floor above the lobby. Weston and I need to get together and find out what that place is called. Most people don't know that room exists. It's if you remember where the buses park up there on top instead of going. Yeah, so that's where early voting will be held.
Okay, and I've got a video. There's a video on the actual Guam Election Commission website where you've got that express voting machine. I'm assuming that's the same one that people would be using at the Westin when they go vote.
Zeus Masi Ray Gibson. That's correct.
that-
Anybody can take a look at it.
All right, so it's there with all the other incredible information that you will be able to find. You can vote independently if you've got a disability. Otherwise, go ahead and do the thing on the machine. Does it spit out a receipt? Does it give you a thing that says who you voted for?
It spits out the ballot. It spits out the what you marked, and then that gets sealed. If you're voting early, that gets sealed.
Oh, I see what happened. Okay, you got to watch the video, Ray. You get the card, you put the thing in, you figure out who you're voting for, and it goes on to that becomes now an official ballot, and then it spits it out, and then you give it to the guy.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. All right. Well, this sounds like fun. When are you going to have everything set up?
By July 28th.
A month away from the primary election, so you'll have a month of early voting and curbside voting that's going to take place there, and then regular preparations for voting at the precincts as usual. And it seems to me that there's not a whole lot of that is going to change, is there?
No, we still have the 22 polling sites. We will hire 335 precinct officials, 5 precinct officials per precinct. 67 precincts across the island.
Okay. And as you said, you're hiring. When does that start?
When does the hiring of the precinct officials?
Yeah.
Okay. So right now, precinct officials, those interested in becoming precinct officials, go to their respective parties. On July 6th is the deadline for the Democrats and the Republicans to submit their nominees for precinct officials. So if they're supposed to give us, I think, 168 precinct officials plus 14 alternates, I believe. So we can have alternates just in case somebody gets sick, just in case something happens and they cannot show up. So July 6th will be the deadline for the parties to turn the applications into us. After that, after we slot them all in, then we will begin to accept walk-in precinct officials. But in the scheme of things, they're second priority to those that are submitted by the parties.
I got you. Well, it sounds like you got a busy month and a half or so ahead of you. We're today 100 days away from the primary election, and I couldn't be more excited. I think there's going to be a whole lot going on the political scene, a whole lot going on behind the political scenes, and you get to be there and throw the ballots out to everybody and see what happens after that.
See, Zeus Ma'asi to Ray and Mana.
It's always fun talking with you, Maria. Thanks for praying for us. I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Okay, have a great day. I just want to point something out here, as I have done virtually every time I've talked to Maria. We reach out to her. It's not even 7 o'clock in the morning yet, and she's drops everything, always ready, willing, and able to talk about what's going on over at the Election Commission. Wouldn't it be great if everybody in the government of Guam was as good at their jobs as Maria Pangilinan is? Something to think about. Closing in on 7 o'clock in the morning, as I say, we've got Fox News Live coming up before you know it. Montecillo Tyron with a look at all the big news and headlines. Jerry Roberts in the next hour as well. And we'll take a look at what's happening in the markets. I wish I had better news on tapas. No news is good news. For the fourth day, they've locked their price at $113.47. I have not heard about any other major changes. Gas did take a big jump up. West Texas took a big jump up yesterday. And as it turns out, a lot of that has to do with Shanghai opening up, of all things. Talk about the interconnected nature of the world. The price of the American benchmark price of oil was affected by the idea that Shanghai, city of 25 million people, city of the future. I'm telling you, if you ever get a chance to go, I'd absolutely take it because they were back on the move. They figured there was going to be more demand for oil, and then all of a sudden the price went up. However, today the price for West Texas is down. We'll take a look at some of the other big news and headlines that we're going to be talking about here this morning. We've got more hands off from Lou. She didn't want to get involved in the conversation between Homeland Security and Sam Brennan and Espy. I didn't want to get involved in that. And it looks like she's going to be, quote, hands off with the Guam Visitors Bureau and the kerfuffle that goes on between Carl Gutierrez and the board. You know who's not hands off on that? Who? The Vigilance Committee. Vigilance Committee has said, hey, we saw this story in the Pacific Daily News. GVB President Carl Gutierrez, during the board's March 24th meeting, accused the board of breaking the open government law by allegedly meeting in private and unethically voting for GVB initiatives and programs that benefit their businesses. And the Vigilance Committee, led by Lee Weber, came out and said, we want copies of everything. And you can go ahead and send those to us. I've got an email address that's waiting for you. Lee, I got a copy of this, and I'm glad that you are not going to be hands-off. Exactly who attended what meetings that were not noticed and not authorized in the open government law. Stand by now, 7 o'clock in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. 93.3 KUSG is The Point.
It's not just about Buffalo. Elisa Brady, Fox News. President Biden visiting New York to meet with victims' families and first responders after Saturday's mass shooting that left 10 dead. The gunman also suspected of writing a manifesto that included a conspiracy theory about white people being replaced by minorities.
Part of what the country has to do is look in the mirror and face the reality. We have a problem with domestic terror. It's real.
President Biden also criticizing anyone who spreads hateful ideology. Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell answering a question about whether Republicans need to reject the replacement theory.
Racism of any sort is abhorrent in America and ought to be stood up to by everybody, both Republicans, Democrats, all Americans.
The 18-year-old suspect in Buffalo has pleaded not guilty to first-degree murder. Prosecutors in California are announcing multiple charges against the man accused of targeting a Taiwanese church on Sunday, killing 1, injuring 5. The counts include murder, attempted murder, and possession of destructive weapons, including firebombs. The House Speaker announces a new agenda for Democrats to address the national shortage of baby formula.
Part of the problem, according to Connecticut Congresswoman Rosa DeLauro,
there are only 4 manufacturers of infant formula in the United States.
Speaker Nancy Pelosi says hearings will be held next week to question the major formula makers. But in the short term, she says if there are areas of the country that are better stocked than others,
there must be a computer program that tells us where that is. If that is so, then let's get that moving right this minute.
Earlier this year, the FDA shut down an Abbott nutrition plant in Michigan for safety concerns. Abbott said Monday a deal was reached to reopen that plant.
Fox's Colonel Scott. America is listening to Fox News.
Half a day, this is Honey. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
On March 4th, Guam Homeland Security sent an advisory warning about Russian cyber attacks and recommended Guam organizations strengthen their cybersecurity postures. You might think your small business isn't at risk, but as businesses use more cloud and web-based tools, they're exposed to cyber attacks designed to snare victims of any size. Keep your organization protected with GTA's multi-threat security bundle. Visit gta.net or call 671-644-1000 for a free consultation today.
The final countdown for voters in 5 states, with Pennsylvania's Senate primaries among the most closely watched.
Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman's campaign is hosting his watch party here in the Pittsburgh area. He's been in the hospital since Friday with a stroke. Fetterman says he expects to be back on the campaign trail soon, though that only happens if he wins his primary. He's up against Congressman Connor Lamb, who's running as a more centrist candidate, who's touted winning in a congressional district former President Donald Trump won overwhelmingly. The top-tier Republicans, meanwhile, Meanwhile, all voted in person. Dr. Mehmet Oz, David McCormick, and Kathy Barnett. Former President Trump is pushing for Oz, even releasing a robocall asking Republicans to vote for him, criticizing Barnett and McCormick.
Fox's Rich Edson. Meantime, the lieutenant governor's campaign says after voting by emergency absentee ballot at the hospital today, he was scheduled for pacemaker surgery to address the underlying cause of the stroke. An overwhelming vote in favor of joining NATO in one country, while another makes its intentions official, but neither is a done deal.
In a 188-8 vote on Tuesday, the Finnish parliament voted to seek membership into NATO. At the same time, Sweden signed a formal application. One potential hurdle in the path to membership is Turkey, where the president spoke out again this week, saying the process would not be easy for the two Nordic countries, accusing the countries of shielding terrorists. Without full support, Sweden and Finland would not be able to join the 30-member military alliance. NATO says it does not believe that Turkey will attempt to block the expansion. In London, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Russia has warned of retaliation if NATO assets are moved closer to its border. In Ukraine, hundreds of fighters are moved out of a steel plant in Mariupol and into Russian custody. A Ukrainian official saying it's hoped they might be part of a prisoner swap with Russia. The Dow ends up 431 points. Brady, Fox News.
Subway's Eat Fresh Refresh does it again, bringing back a classic fan favorite on the menu. The roast beef returns. And not just any roast beef, it's choice Angus roast beef, flavorful and satisfying on its own, or layered with oven-roasted turkey and Black Forest ham in the Subway Club. Whether you're a choice Angus roast beef purist or like the variety of the Subway Club, both come piled high on hearty multi-grain bread with fresh hand-sliced veggies. Get your fill of the new roast beef at Subway. Eat fresh. $15 might not get you that far, but Chili's is bucking the trend with $15 meal deals. At Chili's, $15 gives you not one, not two, but three-course meal deals complete with a drink, a starter, and an entree. Mix and match three-course meals 15 ways to Sunday with soup, salad, or chips and salsa to start, and ranchero chicken tacos, honey chipotle crispers with rice, bacon ranch quesadillas, or personal fajitas for the main course. Build your own $15 meal deal at Chili's. More life and great value happen here.
Half a day. Patsy Gogri from Security Title here with information about what a title company does. The title side of our business determines who owns a property and guarantees your ownership with a title insurance policy. The escrow side acts as an independent third party, managing the transfer of money and documents between the buyer, seller, lenders, and others. Security Title has a management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
Half a day at 7:06. I'm Montesova Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. A cleanup and investigation is to take place at a southern cemetery after illegal dumping was discovered at the Vicente Limtiaco Memorial Cemetery in Tiguac. The Post reports this morning the Department of Parks and Recreation, which oversees and maintains the property, has discovered the site has been used to dump household garbage, furniture, and other household appliances. They suspect that the dumping takes place in the middle of the night, as they do have groundskeepers on the site during the day, and it is locked during off hours. Parks and Rec Director Rocky Alcantara says that he used to have the park rangers checking in on the cemetery, but as people quit or retire, the department hasn't been able to fill those positions quickly enough. There are 7 new rangers, he says, expected to join the team soon. They were picked up through a recent recruitment effort. 2 of the rangers, he says, will be starting in about 2 weeks. That story in the Guam Daily Post today. Meanwhile, the Guam Election Commission will move forward with a contract for the Westin Hotel for the early voting venue. This is after there were no protests filed over its procurement of the Tumon Hotel. The Guam Election Commission Director Maria Pangilinan says the GEC is now putting together the contract based on Westin's bid submission of $3.58 per square foot for 4,050 square feet of space to accommodate the early voting. All requirements for occupancy also need to be met. The plan is to get the GEC to occupy the space from July 1st through November 30th. July 28th, by the way, is the first day of early voting for the primary election. Well, more news right after this.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
A man charged in the brutal killing of Andrew Castro last January is set to go to trial. 41-year-old Donovan Allen Ornelas appeared in court yesterday. The court granted his attorney a request to withdraw from the case due to a conflict. Ornelas is now scheduled back in court on the 24th, where the parties will decide if they are ready to go to trial on July 13th. Ornelas pleaded not guilty by reason of mental illness. He is awaiting a second forensic evaluation to determine whether he is fit to stand trial. And a woman who was reported missing this week in Tumuni has been found and is said to be safe. Details of her supposed disappearance, though, were not disclosed. A search was conducted with GPD and military officials after she was reported missing. Officials say that they don't believe that there was any criminal intent. And the former Gura attorney, Mark Smith, has been acquitted of conspiracy to commit wire fraud and the 26 counts of wire fraud in the District Court of Guam. A decision was announced yesterday in the District Court. The verdict, this occurred 5 months after the jury found him guilty. The verdict isn't valid, according to his attorney, and a new trial will be required. His conviction on other charges, however, will stand. That includes charges of theft of government property, conspiracy to commit money laundering, 3 counts of engaging monetary transactions with proceeds of specified unlawful activity, and 2 counts of laundering of monetary instruments. The parties are expected to return to court in July as the defense contends that Smith should be acquitted on all the charges that have been filed against him. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
10 after 7 o'clock in the morning. Before we get to the weather, here just a note from Chanel and the folks over at the Department of Public Health and Social Services. I find there's a certain irony that the government of Guam is telling everybody it's healthy and safe swimming week.
Nice.
Healthy. But we don't have any working swimming pools in the government of Guam. To worry about, so maybe these rules won't apply to you unless maybe you're like a hotel swimming pool or Onward or Tarza or someplace like that. I don't even know if those places are open. They are open, right? Tarza, Onward is open.
I'm not sure.
Really?
Yeah,
I
I'm not
don't
sure
know
about
Onward.
Onward.
Onward is open, but I don't know about Tarza. I haven't seen.
We need intel. We're the water parks that we've got here. I know the PIC obviously is open because they never shut down for anything. So PIC is there. I think I've seen pictures of people frolicking at Onward, though I haven't had an opportunity to do any frolicking there at all. And it's been a while since I've run up the hill over by the west.
I do in the early morning, but I haven't seen.
But they would never have the thing on early in the morning.
Yeah, it looks like it's kind of run down a little bit.
888-825-5888-TALK. Word coming out of public health for healthy and safe swimming week. Some things to remember when you're in the water. Don't swallow it. Don't swallow the chlorinated
Just gargle.
water. Not good for you. It's another important thing. This one was actually when we did have a working Agana swimming pool. This actually was cause for it to shut down. Somebody pooed in the water.
Oh, a big brown shark.
So, they've got a warning here. Don't pee or poop in the water. I don't know that I can control. I mean, I'm obviously not going to go number 2 in the water, but I don't know if I can control number 1. Especially, I stayed over at the Hyatt last weekend before last, and just a note to everybody that was swimming there with me, the bathroom's too far to walk, so I just kind of jump in the water. Take kids on frequent bathroom breaks and check diapers every hour. Dry ears thoroughly with a towel after you go swimming, because the same reason why we don't want you ingesting any of that stuff, we also don't want it going into your ears where you can get an infection. There's a couple of other things. Don't swim or let others swim if sick with diarrhea. You'd think you wouldn't have to say that. Why are you even there if that's the nature of the illness that you have? Although most germs are killed within minutes by chlorine or bromine at the recommended levels, the germ Cryptosporidium can survive in properly treated water for more than 7 days. I see this, and I will admit to never having done it. Shower. for at least 1 minute before you get into the water to remove dirt or anything else on your body. Chlorine mixed with dirt, sweat, urine, feces creates chemicals that makes your eyes red and sting.
Oh, that's why.
I thought that was the chlorine that did that. I had no idea. It was all that stuff I was taking into the water with me. When all of that stuff is there and present, there is less chlorine available to kill germs, and that's why sometimes you can get sick. Well, this is actually quite informative. I'd like to go to the Agana swimming pool and, I can't go to the Agana.
Wear your mask when you swim, Ray.
Gross. 7:13 in the morning, sunny skies today, highs near 88 degrees. It will feel like 94. That's what the heat index does. East-northeast winds up to 11 miles an hour for tonight, mostly cloudy. Overnight lows should be 76 degrees. Winds east again 6 to 10 miles an hour. Mostly sunny in the forecast for tomorrow, which is Thursday, which is 1 day away from Friday. But you've already got the count going in your head, don't you? We've got sunrise this morning at 5:54. Sunset tonight should be at 6:41. Long, hot days at this time of year, and that's why the electric bill is going to be through the roof. I don't even want to look at it. 7:14. There's news and weather together on The Point.
Half a day. My name is John Kinata from the village of Umata. I've applied for the program as Salapi to help me in my daily commute from Umata to Manila. Thank you to this administration for the program as Salapi.
The application deadline for Program in Salapi has been extended to May 22nd, 2022. For more information, please visit doa.guam.gov. This ad was paid for by the Office of the Governor using government funds.
The Federal Reserve is starting to increase interest rates to fight inflation, but they're still so low, making it the perfect time to refinance your home, to lower your rate, and perhaps take advantage of its increased value to put some cash in your pocket during these uncertain times. Cash that you can have the freedom to access when you want, where you want, with your Bank Pacific Visa debit card. Lower your rate with cash in your pocket. Access your cash when you want, where you want, with your Visa debit card. Brothers put branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Equal housing lender, credit conditions apply.
Thank you, buddy. 7:15 in the morning. Subway's Eat Fresh Refresh is bringing back a classic fan favorite. It's the new roast beef. Not just any roast beef, but, Subway's going to be good. But these guys have said, we don't want good, we want the best. So they've got choice Angus roast beef. Have it by itself or layer it up. Oven-roasted turkey and Black Forest ham, what the experts call the Subway Club. New roast beef is as flavorful as it is satisfying. Get your fill of the new roast beef on hearty multigrain bread with fresh hand-sliced veggies, just the way you like them at Subway. Eat fresh.
Real Talk Radio is back. Welcome to The Point.
Don't pull in the pool.
Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
Don't go swimming with that lady. Don't go swimming with the parking lot lady.
Not her.
7:16 in the morning. I don't know. Somebody got to go out there and collect her up here and see what the heck is going on. 888-825-5888-TALK is the telephone number. Portions of the program also brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. And I hope everybody had a good time with my use of the word. What was it? Cryptosporidium.
I loved it, Ray.
There was a special moment for you. Just go, wow. The guy just throws words around. It's kind of made for talk radio. There's actually going to be a push. At least one outfit, journalism outfit, is looking to get us out of our vocabulary rut. And I'm curious, has Wordle helped everybody with learning new words or remembering that other words exist? Period. Because sometimes you get into that one clue where you've got an R at the end, like you do today, and you've already used all of the really good consonants and a couple of the really good vowels, and you're sitting there going, okay, yeah, thought I knew my vocabulary, thought I knew my way around a dictionary, but all of a sudden I find myself at some kind of a loss, and then you start going around and saying, oh yeah, that is a word. It does have 5 letters, and you start to say to yourself, well, maybe I'm not as dumb as I thought I was. The fact of the matter is, though, the linguists report that 75% of our daily speech comes from as few as just 800 words. And they say that for the most part, English-speaking people are in kind of an English language rut. Maybe different ways that we're using the language these days. Emojis, as an example, and we're just shortening up the words as much as possible because we're spending so much time texting. So nobody actually texts the words "Where are you?" Now it's just WYA.
Yeah.
Well, WYD.
OMW.
What you doing? OMW.
OMW.
Okay, so when I type in OMW, it auto corrects it, and it's on my way! Exclamation point. I'm on my way, and I don't know that I've ever been really all that excited about telling somebody I'm on my way. I'm on my way. There's a lot of drama in that particular. You just want to just do OMW. So if I get around to it a little bit later on, I'm going to engage you with a few new words that you might be able to use. In fact, I'll give you a word that you can use right now, pretty much any day of the week here on Guam. The word is spindrift. You know what spindrift is?
Spindrift.
Didn't it sound like it's just a fun kind of... A what?
Like drifting in a car?
Like drifting in a car?
And then you
No.
spin?
Spindrift.
Spindrift. It's like sea spray. And like when you're at the beach on those windy, almost stormy days, and here comes all this spray coming off the ocean, that's spindrift. Isn't that beautiful? It just sounds kind of romantic. They just want to go hang out at the beach all day and enjoy the spindrift, if you will. 7:19 in the morning. Who's on the phone? Who's calling?
It's Cousin Troy,
Cousin
my favorite
Troy's
fellow
on.
in the whole wide universe.
Go ahead, Mana, go.
Good morning, my most favoriteest, most beautifulest cousin in the whole wide world.
Okay, Cousin Troy, you go.
Good morning, my favoriteest and most beautifulest cousin in the whole wide world forever and ever and ever.
And never and never.
Oh my God, he's got such a great, he's got glowing tribute to his boyfriend in the Facebook here this morning. Did you see that? It starts off with, I just love seeing this car in the driveway.
I'm jelly, for sure.
Man, cuz. So anyway, I was trying to get you on yesterday, but you ran out of juice on the battery, huh?
Yeah, I'm not one of those responsible people who plugs my phone in before I go to sleep.
Well, sometimes it's kind of an afterthought. You don't realize it until you've slept half the night away anyway, and it wouldn't do you any good to plug it in then. I know exactly how you feel. Anyway, the reason why I want to get hold of you was I want to get an update on the great debate, May the 31st, on Candid and here at the Point. Sounds like it's going to be fun if everybody shows up. So kind of curious whether they've gotten acknowledged receipt, if you will, of the invitations to participate at the headquarters of Felix and Tony, and the headquarters of Mike and Sabrina, and of course the headquarters with Governor Lou and Josh Tenorio.
So we have one confirmation from one governor candidate. Today at 9, we have former Governor Camacho and Senator Ada in our studios for To The Point.
Mm-hmm.
And so, we'll be asking them if they'll be confirming for the 31st. And we may have the governor and lieutenant governor in our studios either Friday or Saturday for To The Point, and we'll ask them as well. So, process of elimination. The candidate who confirmed is Congressman Sniglis.
Congressman Mike Sniglis has confirmed he will be a part of it, and he's kind of a pivotal role here because he is not the incumbent, and he is also not running on the Republican side. So I think no matter what, no matter who else shows up, I think it's going to be interesting. I'd love, obviously, to get all three in there, but some people say that because Mike is going to be a part of the process, that the governor's office is going to find an excuse not to participate.
Well, I think it's in the governor's interest and also Governor Camacho's interest to express their platform. It's called Platform 2022.
Mm-hmm.
And if they want to tell people why they're running and what they're running for, then, this is the perfect opportunity for them. And they're going to have veteran journalists, Mana Silva Tyron and Philip Leon Guerrero, moderating and hosting this debate. So, and a panel of independent people and professionals creating questions that would be pivotal to voters in this election.
I got you. I hear you. That's why we're enthusiastic about participating to the degree that we will be in Platform 2022. Again, we're shooting for the 31st of May on the Candid and here on the Point. You will be able to watch this on Facebook Live. Our Facebook Live as well. We're trying to work through some of the connectivity issues, and I understand that your internet provider said we'll give you, what is it, 100 megs both directions?
Yeah, we're going to get, thanks to iTunes, we're going to get symmetrical 100 Mbps on debate night. So we will be able to live cast on both your platform and our platform and on YouTube as well. and I believe also on Instagram. We'll be live casting on 4 platforms at one time.
It's going to be something else. Well, somebody ask the guys to get one of those keys on Twitter, and we'll just make it so that it's available everywhere. So that I think is incredible. I did not have a chance to talk with you, and it looks like we're going to watch another shoe drop maybe today or tomorrow in the CNMI, the impeachment trial of Governor Chito in the Senate. You called it dog and pony show, kangaroo court, if you will, and nobody really surprised at the outcome after the Senate has heard everything.
Well, actually, the outcome today, the Senate votes at 1:30 today. We're going to be casting that live, of course. But something significant happened yesterday that could affect today's vote. So rewind to when the House of Representatives over there, and can we just talk for a second or later at some other time about how a bicameral legislature will actually help Guam to not make stupid laws? Anyway, so when the House of Representatives subpoenaed Governor Ralph Torres for its investigation, he didn't show up, and over there that's called contempt of the legislature. Well,
right, I remember that.
Oh, it's contempt of the legislature, right? And so it's a crime. I believe in the CNMI, it's either a felony or misdemeanor. Whatever it is, it's a crime. And so he doesn't show up. He's held in contempt of the legislature, and then one of the articles of impeachment against him became contempt of the legislature. It's an impeachable offense. So it became Article 6 out of 6 articles. Now, the Senate has just finished its trial, and they went through everything. And, there was no prosecution. The defense was able to say whatever they wanted. So it was basically just an entire theatrical gaslighting of the Senate and the people of the CNMI. And some of those things, some of these articles of impeachment, the theft articles, the governor's office tried to explain it away as, actually, no, we bought it for this, and without any proof, right? And so, and the burden of proof isn't theirs anyway. The burden of proof is the prosecution's, and the Senate president, who's a crony of the governor, didn't allow a prosecutor.
Right.
So, or the evidence from the House.
Didn't really scratch the surface very much.
No, but out of the 6 articles, there are 2 where it's just undisputed that the governor broke the law. The first is travel, and the defense that the governor has is, I didn't know that it was the law. That was basically his defense. Plus everybody else.
Well, but there was also an added dimension. It was the, admit nothing, deny everything, and make counter accusations. It was, pointing the finger, saying, yeah, okay, I traveled premium. So did you. So did you. So did you.
So the important thing to consider here is not necessarily how guilty the governor is, but how much leeway senators have to say that he's not guilty. And so all of that, everything was going on track for the senators to, be able to tell their constituents in their islands, this is all whatever, right? It's not guilty. And this is why I voted not guilty until yesterday. So the 6th article of impeachment is contempt of the legislature. And what the governor was hoping to do was continue to say it is still disputed whether the subpoena was even legal. And so rewind just a little bit to after he held in contempt of the legislature, the governor took the legislature to court saying, and he sues the House Judiciary and Governmental Operations Committee, and he basically says his request for relief is to quash the subpoena, basically, because without a subpoena, then he was not in contempt of the legislature. If he's not in contempt of the legislature, he couldn't commit an impeachable offense. They rode that all the way through the trial. By the end of the trial, then yesterday, Judge Bellis, Judge Pro Tempore at the CNMI Superior Court, he says he upholds the subpoena. He dismisses the governor's lawsuit. He says that the legislature was well within its duties, actually, to investigate the governor for abuses of public spending. So these senators now, they don't have a rack to hang their hats on that last article of impeachment. So if they vote no on that article of impeachment, despite the fact that the governor clearly broke the law and was in contempt of the legislature, what they're basically saying to their constituents is, it's okay, we just like to lick the governor's balls.
An interesting turn of phrase, but sorry, you caught me kind of off my balance there with that particular statement. I was certainly thinking of another way that their constituents would view that, as they don't have a problem with people in the government breaking the law as brazenly as it has been reported by the House side. I think that's going to be interesting. Of course, there's still a criminal trial that could be in the offing down the road, but I think that's going to be too little, too late in this particular case. So we'll watch and see it. What do you say? What, about 1:30 or so? That's when we're going to watch the vote go down.
Yes, at 1:30, the Senate will convene in session. They'll have the niceties. I think they sing the anthem or whatever that is. They go through like very.
Yeah, they've got. Do they have their own inifresi there? Do they have their own linguini up in NMI?
No, they don't. They don't recite anything to the linguini over in the CNMI like we do in our legislature. They have fewer theatrics in our legislature. They're less pomp and circumstance. You know when our senators, they like walk into a room and they want everyone to stand up and say the honorable blah 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 has joined us today. They don't do that in the CNMI.
They just kind of get to work. I find they're a little bit more direct in some of the conversation that they have. I
like them better up there.
As we are experiencing here this morning. 7:29. Cuz I got to let you run, so we'll talk some more a little bit later on. In the meantime, folks can try to figure out how they will watch the last hour of my program and 9 o'clock the first hour of To the Point with Felix Camacho and Tony Adams.
Or they can watch the rerun.
Or, yeah, either or. Well, I tell you, we're all video on demand at the end of all of this. 7:29, I'll talk to you pretty soon, Migo.
You have a good morning.
I will. I've got a new way to describe things. Courtesy, they're going to lick his what? Maybe another reason why his nickname is Cheeto. I don't know. 888-825-5888-TALK is the telephone number. 797-8255 is taking a look at the traffic gizmo. Nothing major right now that I need to tell you about. It'll wait until we get around to right now traffic. Jerry Roberts in the Extra Point of News. What do you say, producer?
Let's do Jerry Roberts.
Jerry Roberts in the Extra Point today, brought to you by our friends over at First Hawaiian Bank.
Yesterday, we spoke about a birthday party that wasn't wanted, happened anyway, led to a termination, a lawsuit, and eventually a $450,000 judgment for the person who didn't want the party. It's a crazy world and getting crazier. Today, let's talk about being overwhelmed and what to do about it. That's next on The Extra Point.
Get big discounts on huge travel experiences with the First Hawaiian Bank United Credit Card. You can travel to destinations in the USA and receive 10% off selected United Airlines Premium Economy or Business Class airfares purchased through May 31st, 2022 when you use promo code FHB022. Visit any First Hawaiian Bank branch or go to FHB.com/United Fair Sale 10 for more information. Don't wait. Apply today. First Hawaiian Bank. It all starts with yes.
The guy who got the judgment against his former company for staging the unwanted birthday party had requested no celebration because he felt he would be overwhelmed by the attention. It would bring on a panic attack. A lot of people are overwhelmed by work and life these days. We see it all around us, but like the iceberg, most of this is hidden from plain view. Many people walk around our companies looking pretty much normal, but feeling dread and pressure we may not feel. In a recent course I led for managers, the discussion turned to the daily state of workers and what to be aware of. A manager has to know his or her workers well enough to understand signals being given off when they are being stressed. We may not be able to eliminate the trouble they have, but hopefully we can help them effectively cope with it. It's a win if we can. If we do not recognize those signals or do not have the kind of trustworthy relationship with a worker which gives them the confidence to tell us that something is going on, then that's one less coping mechanism they have to fall back on. Overwhelm happens when we can't see the light at the end of the tunnel. Every path seems like a dead end, and there's no way out. I've done some studying in this area, and a few ideas have come together. I'm not a scientist in the field, but I've been in the land of overwhelm a few times, and maybe something I've learned will help if you're there or someone in your workplace is. Number one, write down what's going on. When I've been up to my eyeballs in work, still with a ton of responsibilities in my personal life, I put things on paper when I start feeling boxed in
overwhelmed. By doing this, I get everything that's worrying or bugging me out of my head, and I can see it all laid out in front of me. This doesn't move me any closer to solving the larger issue, but it somehow looks more manageable. This makes me feel a little more confident and a little less stressed. Get the whole thing onto paper and see if it doesn't improve your outlook. Number 2, prioritize what you have to get done. Prioritizing mounts a game plan and provides momentum. Sometimes we look at our troubles, lose perspective, and everything looks like a huge mountain we have to climb. Yeah, there are mountains, but often fewer than we imagine. Number 3, ask for help. If nothing else, tell your boss, hey, I'm going through something right now. I may need a couple of days off. Or, I'm struggling with some stuff, and I need to know that you've got my back. Most managers want to help when we're having troubles. They know something is wrong, but some are afraid to bring it up or feel they won't know what to do. On the other hand, you may have a boss who is totally dialed in and is ready to offer genuine assistance. It's worth a try to find out. Number 4, maybe you can confide in a close friend, and that will help. Sometimes sharing our problems with people who know us well can provide a big lift. Is all this easy? No. Can you fall off the wagon at various points along the way? Yes. That said, doing these 4 things will hopefully help you or someone you care about to navigate through overwhelm. That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3, The Ray Gibson Show and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
Did he not recommend just sit down, just kind of lay down in a fetal position and cry your eyes out?
Yeah, suck your thumb.
And suck your thumb. Kind of a lot of snowflakey stuff in that extra point today, huh? I just my response: cope harder. Cope harder. It's not you. This too shall pass. Cope. Make your way through it. Bite down hard, and everything will be okay tomorrow. It's 7:34 in the morning, and that's Jerry Roberts in today's Extra Point. You can get transcripts of that at the GuamTraining.com and the World Wide Web. Montesilva Tyron has got news now being brought to you by Lolita Kama with Hoffaday Realty. Her number hasn't changed. 688-6743. Still there to make your dreams come true. And the dream for Rudy Rodolfo 33 years ago was to have a chain of Burger King stores all over Guam, and he did it. 33 years into the game, and they've got Whopper Melts for a limited time. Come in 3 different flavors. Regular Whopper, we got the bacon, and there's the spicy one with these great crunchy jalapeno chips in it. You really do have to try it before it goes at Burger King. Right now, 7:35. Montesilva Tyron. Hoffa, what happened there?
Well, the Department of Parks and Recreation looking into some littering that's taking place at a cemetery at Tiguac. Cleanup and investigation now underway to determine how people are getting in and why they're dumping there. The Parks and Rec director does say that they do intend on hiring at least 7 new rangers to help in their patrols of the area. Meanwhile, the Guam Election Commission will move forward with a contract for the Westin Hotel for their early voting venue. This is after there were no protests that were filed for the procurement of the Tumon Hotel. Early voting is set to take place on July 28th. And a man charged in the brutal killing of a Santa Rita man last January is set to go to trial. He's still awaiting the court to determine if he will undergo a second forensic evaluation. The court granted the defense attorney request to withdraw after a conflict of interest was raised in the court. 41-year-old Donovan Allen Chargaloff Orlinelas has pleaded not guilty by reason of mental illness. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
All right, gotcha. So Parks and Rec, top front page story here in the Guam Daily Post. Parks and Rec to look into illegal dumping at Tiguac Cemetery and places like that. Wasn't it just the other day that Governor Lilian Guerrero or somebody that looked just like her said what a great job that we were doing with recycling and getting rid of trash, and we don't really need to worry about burning trash or anything like that because we're doing such a great job. Apparently, she has not rolled down the windows in the Tiguac area to see exactly what's going on there. And I'm looking at this kind of illegal dumping over at the cemetery, looking at the pictures of it going, I've seen worse. I've seen worse. You have seen worse in your village as well. It really got to get a handle on something like this. And I don't know why they continue to ignore the conversation about incineration and waste to energy. 7:37 in the morning. Portions of the program here brought to you by Beyond the Box, working with Docomo Pacific for your grad or Father's Day, which is coming up. But get in there fast because at these prices, this deal ain't going to last long. Blast past fast, they say. An iPhone 12, 12 mini, and 12 Pro Max now at the best prices ever. The Pro Max, 256 gigabytes. Do you know how many memes will fit in 256 gigabytes, guys? You can buy that now for $1,099. And for those of you working on a budget right now, go for the 12 mini. It's got 128 gigs on it, and it's moving now at $699. Cool thing about that is you get a great phone at a super price, and what you save now you can use on some of the other cool equipment that they've got in there. They got these cool Bluetooth speakers. They got the little headphones that go in there. Maybe gang up that new phone with your Apple iWatch, your Apple Watch, and get it. There's a whole nother level, if you will, of digital harassment that comes with the Apple Watch. It'll tell you every once in a while, just for no good reason. You'd be sitting there and it'll start vibrating and go, "You need to breathe, Joe. Please breathe now. Breathe hard. Cope harder. Let's have 10 minutes of mindfulness, shall we, Real Joe?" Yes. 7:38 in the morning. Check it out at Beyond the Box at the Micronesia Mall.
In celebration of our 33rd anniversary, BK's new Whopper Melts are here. Our Whopper Melts feature 2 slices of toasted bread layered with 2 Whopper Junior patties for a quarter pound of plain grilled beef, melty American cheese, caramelized onions, and stacker sauce. Whopper Melts now available in a spicy and bacony variation made for our big Whopper fans. Top off your meal with jalapeno cheddar bites and a refreshing Coca-Cola. Get your hands on the new Whopper Melts now available for a limited time. BK, Tumon Bay, Agutya, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. BK your way.
Win a $100 gas card when you purchase Gasolina energy drinks. Be one of 5 winners and enter now when you purchase 3 for $4 Gasolina 8-ounce or 3 for $5 Gasolina 16-ounce energy drinks. Drawing on June 21st. Free gas with 76 Circle K. Take it easy. Ice, baby. Get a 10-pound bag of ice for only 95 cents when you purchase a 12-pack or more of any soda or beer. Only 95 cents for a 10-pound bag of ice. Swing by Circle K today. Some conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy. Ice, ice.
It's time to take a look at the traffic gizmo, see what's happening out there where you are in Radio Land. Looks like things have cleared up a little bit at Anderson Air Force Base, but southbound Marine Corps Drive up north looks like it's getting busy in the usual spots. Got traffic coming in over by the KFC on the Marine Corps Drive, leaving the Atacao and that area. Waipau into Isang Song. Looks like it's running a little bit busy. Not a whole lot of traffic on 27 though right now. Route 3, a little bit busy up by the school, and then nothing, and then a little bit busy over by the hospital. So expect some delays as you're trying to make your way to Marine Corps Drive. Route 16 running fairly clear from everything that I'm seeing, including 8, 10, and 16. A little bit of traffic in front of Happy Mart, a little bit of traffic in front of the Wendy's area trying to get you onto Route 8. Once you're on Route 8, dogging in and out traffic in some of the usual locations. Don't see much happening over by Harvest right now, so maybe they're just about done with the school time. Getting into the downtown area should not be any problem at all, and don't see a whole lot other than regular traffic at the intersection of 1 and 2. That's Big Navy in Sumai. It's 7:40. There's your right now traffic. This is The Point.
Come try Guam's original Chamorro restaurant with Pica's Best 5 years running. Mezcla Chamorro Fusion Bistro. Experience Chef Peter's candied salmon over scallion coconut rice, octopus to naktak, Chamorro platter, and their award-winning gourmet hamburgers. Or if you're looking for something healthy, try their keto-friendly menu. Come and enjoy Mezcla's half-a-day service at their Hagåtña and Grand Plaza Tumon location. Call their Hagåtña location at 479-2652 for reservations.
Turning Point USA Guam presents a common-sense conservatives conversation on issues affecting us daily. Guam Live, a streaming event just for Guam. The event will feature young conservatives Isabel Brown with the Trump administration and Students for Life, and Stephen Davis, also known as MAGA Hulk, the new young conservative superstar. It'll also be aired live as a VIP event at the Dusit Beach Resort for free. There's limited tickets for the event, so get them now. Scan the QR code with your mobile device if you see any of our flyers. Search Guam Live on Eventbrite to find out more.
20 away from the top of the hour. Ray Gibson Show here at Wednesday morning on Guam. If you're tuning in from off island and not from around these parts, or if you're watching on the video demand, maybe you just kind of accidentally found this and said, "Well, this looks entertaining. Let's stick around and see what happens on this." Mean Machine online here got this from one of my buddies. It's a T-shirt says, "I want reparations from every moron that voted for Biden. Can we get something like that going? Is there a program that we can apply? Program and reparations. Can we get something like that? Is there a way that I can sign this piece of paper online and get some money back from this administration, because things have been going sideways ever since that guy has been sworn into office. Did you hear they're moving troops back into Somalia? Yeah, I'm going. Really? Yeah, I don't know. We got to take care of the pirates, maybe. Pirates, maybe. Yeah. Maybe that's. But I need to hook you up with some good news. So if you don't mind, here it comes. The good news in the. Everybody likes Tom Brady, right? Tom Brady, the football player. We all dig him.
The champ.
He was all right. He was the hero to the children.
Yeah, he was a nice guy.
So in the course of his 22 years playing for the NFL, guy managed to eke out a living on just $300 million a year.
Eke it out, huh?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how he was able to. I'm sure there was some sacrifice and struggle in the family. $300 million over 22 years, and now he's signed. He's not doing that anymore, and he signed a deal with Fox Sports. And the crazy thing is, obviously, he's going to be compensated well for it. But this is the crazy part of it, and I don't know how the Fox lawyers got into this, but they will pay him more for his deal at Fox Sports than he made in the NFL. The paycheck that this guy is going to be getting from Fox Sports is going to be worth $375 million. That's a lot of baby formula. That's a lot of baby formula. Wow. Lachlan Murdoch from Fox said, Tom will not only call our biggest NFL games with Kevin Burkhardt, but will also serve as an ambassador for us with respect to client and promotional activities. $300 million playing football, and the guy's going to make $375 million talking about football on the screen. That's the way you want to do that, millennials. That's the way you want to do it.
Still winning.
Gen experts, yeah, Gen Xers. 888-8255. Let me see what people are talking about in online things. Jerome's online. Perlita Delamar Garcia. Jose Tepago talking about 19th floor early voting again. Hey. It's been a while since we talked about the 19th floor. How much fun is that? Heather Perez is there. KLB Guame. MPO goes online. Carl Meyer saying good morning from Busan. Carl, your meme machine sent my meme machine a note, but it has not come through. So please resend when you get a chance. JB St. Nicholas online. Elizabeth Mendiola Kitsutsu. Brandy. KLB Guame. Jun Amagin is watching the program. I see Joe Bamba. April Flowers Shelton is there. Marvin Francisco, Renee Benny, and John Ray Taitano. Lauren Michelle is hanging out with us. Good morning, Lauren. Sam Beanie Young is online. Brennan Fausto, Luke S.N. Angel, John LaRue. I got James Howard and Colin Clark. Harvey Egna. That's soon to be.
Oh, Biba.
He was on the phone for a little bit yesterday, but couldn't hang on. Who was on? Was I talking to at the time? Was it Ken LG? Or Ron McNinch.
Yeah, it was the end of
it might have been one of those things where
the interview with the bees. So.
Oh yeah, a lot of airbags. Yeah, so maybe I'll call in tomorrow. We'll see. Roman Ramirez is on Penny Cruz. Julia M. Santos. Looking at Joe Zeri, Justin Estacchio. Vote in your underwear, says Jose Tetpago Jr. Is that a challenge? Are you?
Wow.
Are you tossing a challenge out there? Well, it's in the hotel. Why not? I mean, there might be some guys that are going to be, doing like a little staycation, votecation or something like that. And what the heck? Go downstairs in a bathrobe and just get everything started. Let me see. I got Julie Shane Sablon, Vince Pangolin, Ken Brown checking in from the States. Joe Dizon, I believe, checking in from the States as well. Debbie Hartzler, James Bondo, cool name. Regular gasoline, says Ken, in California. $5.59, including the 51 cents per gallon California gas tax that they got to pay out there. Rochelle Merrill, Cameron Mendiola, Pat Saho. I got Bunker Frank Menno, who's checking in this morning. Be bad. Josie Cruz, Tina Phil Med, Vivian Castro Leon hanging out. So is Joy Unpinko, Julie Kanga, John Farnham. Tipacencia is there. William Shadowin online checking in with John Onadera. Ismael Velez, Nasty Pelosi. There is a way to track where the formulas are at and how to move them through the supply chain. It's called the blockchain. Walmart uses it. So does Target and manufacturers of ammunitions. Oliver Malakas, good morning to Pete Guerrero, Claire Carrera, Jose Tetpahago. Nobody saw or heard anything at the cemetery. You want another cemetery joke? Some people call it the dead center of town. Striker Villagomez and Zen and Belanger online. Hafiz Flo Santos and Michelle Lasonko. Army Lynn is there, and so many more people. Do me a favor, hit the share button and let everybody know that this is your spot. News, information, smart aleck comments, political gossip, and more. 747. You hear a lot on the radio these days from a number of people that are touting this program paid for with government funds. That program is paid for with government funds. And then you got other programs that they're working through where people have apparently signed up for them, like I did. And some people got approved. Some people got disapproved, like I did. They said that I would have a chance to appeal my denial, but I still haven't gotten a response to the email that I sent out there. And then there's some people that signed up for the program that were approved, haven't gotten squat yet. And Frank Blas Jr., Biba, Senator Frank Blas, are you running again?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I just thought I'd ask. Just thought I'd ask. Buenos Jan Hoffaday, nice to see you, Daryl.
Hey, nice to talk to you.
Oh, it's always fun. Hey, send a note out to the family. Sorry to hear about the passing of Uncle Ken.
Yeah, great man, and he's lived a long, wonderful life, and he's resting in peace now with God.
Well, I'm glad to hear that he is resting in peace, and yes, has earned time. And was it daily? Went to church, didn't he?
Well, I really don't know too much, but I know that he was a very devout Christian.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time when he was healthy, he was taking care of his life. Remember, I think he along T-Gen Drive in T-Gen, his footprints are still there.
Mm-hmm.
His daily walk runs that he did many years ago.
7:49 in the morning. Absolutely terrific guy. Had the opportunity to get close with him many times. In particular, when he was working over at Calvo's Enterprises with Antoinette. Terrific guy. And I'm so sad to hear of his passing. Wasn't he the signature on every driver's license on Guam for a while when he was at Rev and Tax?
I think so.
I think so. I think if you got an old enough driver's license, dig it out. You might see his signature on it. 10 away from the top of the hour. So you wrote a letter to the governor.
Well, yeah. There were some concerns that were brought to my attention, and I felt that it's necessary to bring it to hers of those individuals such as yourself, who had wanted to avail themselves of a program, the Local Employers Assistance Program, or the LEAP program, to help their businesses, meander through and get through, what we had to do, or how the business has suffered, over the last 2 years because of the pandemic. And I remember when putting the program together, one of the things that we had estimated was that there was going to be at least the need for about $75 million. And working with some of my colleagues, and even having conversations with her, I offered some solutions and some ideas as to how we can go, we're able to do this, why it was important. First off, I thank the administration. I thank Governor Vilanguro for actually recognizing that this is an important program, for employers, for our businesses, the backbone of our economy. The way government gets its revenues because of the taxes that are derived from.
But did you do that Business 101 thing, the government and taxation 101, where this is where the work is being done, this is where the cash register rings, and this is where your 5% comes from. And if these businesses aren't here, you don't get that 5% anymore.
Let's talk about 5%. My whole argument is whether it's 5% or it's 3%, or even it's 2%. 5% of zero is zero, just like 3% of zero is zero. And a lot of these businesses, unfortunately, weren't able to generate any revenue, any monies, and so there was nothing to derive 5% or 3% from. Okay, and so what we needed to do was help them so that we can start to generate that revenue so that the money can circulate. I think that even the basic economy says that the money will circulate at least 3 times. So, you put $1 out there, it's going to circulate 3 times and get taxes three times as amount taxes, and sometimes even more than the $1 that you initially put out there. That said, is that many businesses I've received calls of businesses who had, like yours, had turned in the applications. So, some had appealed, and some, have gotten their approval letters, if you will. They said, congratulations, you're approved. You'll be able to get this much, in as far as assistance. However, we ran out of money. It was, so many businesses were really banking on it. Okay, now I can, get things up and moving, and there was no funding there. And so I wrote to the governor, asked the governor, please, can you please look at how we're going to be able to infuse some money. You still have, a ton of money, a load of money.
A significant balance of rescue plan money that's been left over.
Yes, and can we can infuse some of that so that we can help these businesses, because they received their approval letters, and some of them are going on to the next step to get some appeals or waiting for their applications to be processed and hopefully approved. But
did you get a chance to call anybody over at GITA and find out what was going on? Of the number of people that have applied, how many were denied? How many are in some kind of wait and see holding pattern? How many were approved? And where did if the money ran out, that $75 million ran out? When where in the number of applications? Where in the stack did it run out?
Well, I do know that. And this was about 2 weeks ago. They were about $11 million short of just the applications that have already been approved. This is not even the applications that have yet to have been reevaluated, right, or evaluated or reevaluated. Okay, and
that's why I haven't gotten a response to my email. Then never mind the adjudication. We ran out of money just on businesses that we have already approved.
But Ray, along those lines, the same people who were, kind of disappointed, disheartened that they have not received the funding that they had been approved for, was they listening to talk show news from you and from other media outlets that by the way, she's giving raises to government employees. And so the question is, okay, where are we getting the money for that? And how are we going to sustain that if we've got no economy to be able to derive the taxes so that the government can have the funds to operate?
What's the going figures here? We know the cops are getting 18%, teachers are going to get 20%, administrators are going to get 20%, and then administrative, the gifts on top of that, another 15% for principals, 10% for vice principals. So I mean, just in those announced pay raises, do we have any idea what the original pull is going to be out of the budget for the government of Guam?
Well, in the hearings conducted with your discussions conducted with GDOE just last week, John Fernandez says he's going to need about $10 million to pay off, for the rest of this school year, and then another $30 million for next school year.
He was upside down to begin with in this budget. Now, I had Les Carlson on the radio last week, and he said that all of that excess revenue, because this fiscal year's budget was short on its projections, which I thought was prudent, given what everybody expected to happen in the economy. Did not realize that there was still going to be some decent money coming in with withholding taxes, and because of the difference in prices, the government has had a windfall because the value of these goods that people are buying and services that they're taking advantage of have gone up so significantly. The government got a big windfall. Because as the prices go up, so does that 5%. That has increased. So he said they're going to be using that money to support the raises this year.
Well, first off, the executive branch has only been approved to spend so much. Okay, anything in excess still needs to be able to come before the body, so that they can get the authorization to be able to spend what they think they.
Well, there's not one person at the legislature that's not going to approve increases for teachers and police officers. That's not going to happen.
Well, because the problem first, Ray, is that we're just talking about increases or in revenues, through the first half of a fiscal year. We still have another half of the fiscal year, and then we have a next fiscal year that we've got to be able to worry about because, yes, granted that, there was money that was floating around, but you got to remember that was infused. That was money that came in through federal stimulus programs and the like.
Well, I agree.
Very little that came from organic growth or organic, and granted, I was down in Tumon last night, and it's empty. When you're able to go in and out of different parking lots and not have to worry about traffic, whether it be foot or for vehicle traffic. What does that say about the economy? That relies on that kind of activity. If that continues over the next year, and there is, this president and this Congress, doesn't approve any more stimulus.
Well, they can't approve any more stimulus. That will just drive inflation even further. We're about to go into another down quarter, so we're going to go from inflation into a painful recession soon.
And when you're talking about inflation, you're right. Prices of goods have went up. So what happens is that, before when you were only paying $3.95 for a half gallon of milk, and now you're paying $7. That took away from your spending power. You still have to buy the milk, but and granted, yes, there are more taxes derived from $7 as there is from $3.95.
Yes.
But at the end of the day, it's less money that's in the pocket, so that when you have to go buy milk again, now can you afford the milk? Now do you have the funding to be able to buy the milk? Okay, so granted that there have been increases in prices, therefore increases in taxes, but that's short-lived, because then how do we replenish, that money that you had to take out of your pocket if, there's no business that you can go to that, where you can earn the money to be able to put into your pocket.
Well, can I give you an idea that came out of Les Carlson's mouth? And fortunately we had to end the conversation there because I had Fox News coming up, like I do here. But his idea was that we tax internet sales. And see if we can bridge the gap between between revenues and expenses. And I thought, oh no, we're done with this conversation now. That's the last thing we need.
And the thing is, we're missing the point here. Is in taxing internet service. No, you got to, first off, it's the money that you need to earn, so that you can be able to pay for the item. So in that paying that item, there are taxes that are derived. If there's no money in your pocket, there's no way you're going to be able to make that purchase.
Yeah, whether it's here or not. I hear you. Let me know. I got Fox News coming up, but keep me in the loop on this. Let me know what kind of response you get, if any, from the Democrats over at Antelope. I'll talk to you soon, Darryl.
And if they respond to me through you, so give me a call.
I sure will. That'll happen sometimes. All right, just after 8 o'clock in the morning, here's Fox News on The Point.
After Saturday's mass shooting at a supermarket where an admitted white supremacist is accused of targeting black people, killing 10.
In America, evil will not win, I promise you. Hate will not prevail, and white supremacy will not have the last word.
The president also denouncing so-called replacement theory, which claims whites will be replaced by people of color. Capital murder charges filed against the suspect in Sunday's shooting at a Southern California church.
68-year-old David Cho, the Las Vegas man accused of fatally shooting one and injuring 5 others at the Geneva Presbyterian Church, faces charges including first-degree murder with an enhancement of lying in wait.
These 10 counts at this time, carry the maximum punishment allowed by law, which is death or life without the possibility of parole.
Orange County District Attorney Todd Spitzer. Officials say Cho, a U.S. citizen of Chinese descent, targeted Taiwanese parishioners upset over political tensions between China and Taiwan.
Fox's Kristen Goodwin. Cho also faces 5 counts of attempted murder and 4 counts of possession of destructive devices with intent to kill or harm. Pennsylvania Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman, the leading contender in today's Senate primaries, undergone a procedure to have a pacemaker after suffering a stroke last week. His campaign says the pacemaker will protect his heart and address the cause of Fetterman's stroke. Fetterman, who is 52, says he's expected to make a full recovery. On Wall Street, stocks rose steadily throughout the day, ending with broad gains. The Dow plus 431, the Nasdaq added 321, the S&P gained 80. America is listening to Fox News.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile Team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Kings Guam World Tennis Tour, presented by GTA, is bringing international tennis back to Guam. 4 weeks of international play will swing into action with 2 weeks of juniors, followed by 2 weeks of pros, May the 15th through June 12th. The Guam National Tennis Federation will host world-ranked players who will be coming to Guam from all over the world. Netters will compete for ranking points and cash to improve their position among the world's best. Matches will be played daily at the Guam National Tennis Center in Harmon, starting May 15th through June 12th. Special thanks to our platinum sponsors, Dimension System, New Gen, American Medical Center, and Morico Equipment.
One country continues its attempts to stop the expansion of NATO.
In a 188-8 vote on Tuesday, the Finnish parliament voted to seek membership into NATO. At the same time, Sweden signed a formal application. One potential hurdle in the path to membership is Turkey, where the president spoke out again this week, saying the process would not be easy for the two Nordic countries, accusing the countries of shielding terrorists. Without full support, Sweden and Finland would not be able to join the 30-member military alliance. NATO says it does not believe that Turkey will attempt to block the expansion. In London, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
This is President Biden set to host the leaders of Sweden and Finland at the White House Thursday to discuss their applications to join NATO. Secretary of State Antony Blinken plans to meet with his Turkish counterpart on the sidelines of the UN Wednesday. There's more uncertainty in the deal to sell Twitter.
Tesla CEO Elon Musk now says his offer to buy Twitter can't move forward unless the company is more transparent about how many of its accounts are fake. There's already been speculation that Musk was looking to renegotiate the $44 billion price he agreed to pay for Twitter. Now he says the deal can't move forward until it shows proof that only 5% of its accounts are fake spam. Twitter chief executive Parag Agrawal says the company suspends more than 500,000 spam accounts a day and locks millions of accounts suspected of being fake weekly if they can't be verified by humans. Jenny Coselda, Fox News.
The 3 known living survivors of the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre are getting a $1 million donation from a New York nonprofit organization. The co-founder of Business for Good says the 3, who are all over 100 years old, will share the money. I'm Lisa Lacera, and this is Fox News.
Happy day, my name is Jennifer Quijano Paredo of Protect Services. So when COVID hit, everything was about COVID, COVID this, COVID that, and somehow even my equipment was catching COVID. But joking aside, my equipment is important in our daily operations. Somehow I was having a difficult time getting through SBA. They were just giving me a runaround. So I reached out to our congressman's office, and with their team and the Guam SBA, they were able to help me in getting our truck repairs as well as another truck to keep our businesses running. And in the future, if you guys have any federal concerns or issues, reach out to your congressman's office.
Thank you for helping save small businesses with federal funds.
Thank you for helping save small businesses.
Thank you for helping small businesses with federal funds.
This ad was paid for with official funds from the office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
Hey there, folks. It's me, KFC's Extra Crispy Colonel. My KFC Extra Crispy Chicken is freshly double-breaded and fried to a luxurious, mouth-watering bronze. You see, Extra Crispy KFC Chicken isn't just a product, it's a lifestyle.
And for a limited time, KFC's delicious egg tarts are back. Pick up your KFC Extra Crispy Chicken meal and an order of egg tarts at your favorite KFC today. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
Your local news is brought to you by Nambo Insurance. Skip the line, pay online. It's fast, it's easy, and it's secure. Visit Nambo.com for more information.
Off today, it's 8:06. I'm Montesova Tyron with a look at your local news on the point. This word from the Guam Department of Education. Their students at Southern High School and Harry S. Truman will be released early today because there's no water. The Department of Education says Southern High will be released at 8:30 while Harry S. Truman Elementary School kids will be released at 9. Parents and guardians are encouraged to pick up their kids at the designated dismissal times. The classes at Aspire will also be canceled for today because there's no water at either of the schools. They will resume tomorrow. Elsewhere in the news, a man charged in the brutal killing of Andrew Castro last January is set to go to trial. 41-year-old Donovan Allen Ornelas appeared in court yesterday. The court did grant his attorney, Gloria Rudolph's, request to withdraw from the case due to a conflict of interest. Ornelas is scheduled back into court on May 24th when parties can decide if they'll be ready to go to trial. They're currently awaiting the second forensic evaluation to determine whether he's fit to stand trial. As you might recall, Ornelas pleaded not guilty by reason of mental illness. He's alleged to have used methamphetamine while at the victim's apartment in Santa Rita prior to killing him. A woman who was reported missing in Tamuning has been found and is safe. Details of her supposed disappearance, though, were not disclosed. A search was conducted by Guam police and military officials after she was reported missing. Officials have said that they don't believe any criminal intent was included. Meanwhile, former Gura attorney Mark S. Smith has been acquitted of conspiracy to commit wire fraud and 26 counts of wire fraud in the district court. A decision was announced yesterday. 5 months after a jury found him guilty. Those other charges of government theft, charges of government property, conspiracy to commit money laundering, and 3 counts of engaging in monetary transactions, those charges will still stand, along with 2 counts of money laundering. The parties are expected to return to court in July as the defense contends that Smith should be acquitted of all of his charges. Smith sought the acquittal, stating that the government's theory of property fraud was defective. He was accused of receiving Section 8 housing payments, despite his conflict of interest as the Gura attorney. He's also charged with hiding his interest in the rental properties through his now deceased friend. Smith was scheduled to be sentenced today. However, that has been delayed pending the outcome of his hearing in July. We'll have more news right after this.
Go green, go hybrid. Go to Nanbo Insurance, and your next power bill is on us. Insure your hybrid car at Nanbo and get up to $350 towards your next power bill. That's instant savings for keeping our island clean and green. Nanbo has been providing Guam with over 50 years of reliable and affordable auto insurance. At Nanbo, it pays to go green. Terms and conditions apply. Visit nanbo.com or call 477-9754 for details.
The Guam Election Commission says it will move forward with a contract for the Westin Hotel for the early voting site. This is after there weren't any protests that were filed over the procurement of the Tumon Hotel. Election Commission Maria Pangilinan says that the GC is putting together the contract based on Westin's bid submission of $3.58 per square foot. They were requesting over 4,000 square feet for the early voting site. That early voting is set to begin on July 28th. And just to remind you, there is a early closing of Harry S. Truman and Southern High School this morning because there's no water at either of the schools in Santa Rita. Harry S. Truman will be released at 9 a.m. while Southern High School is set to be released at 9 this morning. And those are your top stories here on The Point. Here's Ray with your weather.
You see, now you put that there because you knew I was going to have a comment or a question about the water outage in the schools at Harry S. Truman and Southern High School.
Yeah.
I thought we put water tanks at all the schools. Because this was for a lot of years in a lot of different schools chronic problems.
Mm-hmm.
They run out of water, and we got to let the kids out. And they said somebody in the last 15 years said, I know, let's put these water tanks at all the different schools, and we'll fill them up with water, and that way we've at least got stuff to flush toilets and wash hands and maintain basic sanitation in the schools. So why are they releasing kids today for no water?
I don't know. I don't know if that was written into law.
I don't recall whether it was a law or not, but it was one of those big issues. And like Carbolito Elementary, I used to see this all the time. They'd be letting the kids out, and so they put these big tanks up there. And as it turns out, I think there were issues that were leaking all the time, but it eventually got them fixed and to a point where they didn't need to release kids every time they ran out of water at the school. And I'm thinking, here we are, end of the school year. We got this big discussion about how these kids are missing every hour and days of learning, but there's no water, so we'll let the kids out again. 8:11 in the morning. We'll see what we can find out. We'll talk about weather in just a second, but I am going to note here with a certain degree of almost sorrow I'll try to use the sincere, sorrowful voice as I say this, but we are seeing, unfortunately, the end of the iPod. Have you heard this story here, where the guys over at Apple are saying we're just not going to make an iPod anymore? And for many people, that was the entry level into the world of Apple computing. That was that first hit from the drug guy.
Yes.
So we're gonna get you hooked on this, right? So we'll get you the iPod, and then after that you'll want the iPhone. You get the iPhone, then you want the headphones, then you want to watch, and then eventually it's the computer and the big screens, and you're going to be making movies at your house on these incredible $5,000 Mac computers, right? But they've decided that they're not going to be marketing a machine that is strictly a music player anymore, and it's all going to be gone on screen right now. Just some of the models that you might be familiar with, including the original iPod, and I think RD still has his original iPod from back in 2001 because he's a hoarder like his Uncle Ray. But there's the original one with the little wheel, the little haptic wheel that went around. That was my favorite. That was with that technology. 2005, about the same thing. And then they came out with one that looked just like an iPhone in 2007. 2009, they came out with another one that had a thumb wheel on it, and that one actually my favorite. When I was just starting out as a runner, that's what I used to be able to hear tunes in my head. Was with the long one with the bigger screen on it. I want to say it had a game in it as well, didn't it?
I'm not sure. I never used it for games.
Right,
they had a little clip one too.
The Nano. One. I had that.
The Nano, which was the absolute worst of all of the iPod. It didn't have a screen, and it was marketed. And this is the thing that ticked me off. It was marketed to athletes, but if you sweat anywhere near it would the sweat would get in there.
It dries up though.
No.
Rice.
I went through 3 of those before I just decided I'm never ever going to buy one of them again. And in 2019, there's a version of it which is going to be the last one to see. But everybody's got a great memory about some of those early days with your iPod, maybe the 2001, maybe the 2005. And where did we get our music from then? There were no streaming services back in the day. All right, who's LimeWire?
LimeWire, Napster,
LimeWire, and oh my God, Kazaa! I've forgotten about that.
Yeah.
What was the pirate ship one? There was a pirate ship one, and it was amazing. They'd do that thing where I would have some of it and throw it out to the web, and somebody else would have a version of it. A little bit of this,
sharing.
and that kind of sharing thing going on. So
until they complained, what was it? Metallica drummer complained.
Yeah, well, and then the streaming services came along, and you didn't need to worry about that anymore. And I think that's one of the reasons why they're going, what's the point of having an iPod that holds music in it? 99% of the songs that anybody ever put on an iPod or an iPhone or an iPad are available through 1 or 2 or 3 different music streaming services out there. 8:15. Here's the weather for a Wednesday. Sunny skies today. Highs near 88 degrees. East-northeast winds 8 to 11 miles an hour. They say in the forecast there might be some isolated showers, but they're just teasing us. They're just trying to make us feel pretty good about, hey, I know it's hot, but you know what? Might get one of those isolated showers falling on you, and might actually put a drop of rain somewhere on you. Mostly cloudy tonight. Overnight lows 76 degrees. East winds up to 10 miles an hour. And then tomorrow, mostly sunny again. Highs near 88 degrees and partly cloudy tomorrow night. Sunrise this morning was at 5:54. Sunset tonight will be at 6:41. Hashtag tell the others. And as I say, if you got to be hot at the beach watching a sunset. Cold beer over here, bikini over there, sand and beach water, all of the and what is it? Spindrift. We'll have Spindrift at the beach for you tonight. 8:16 on the Ray Gibson Show.
Is your business ready for digital transformation? The latest Wi-Fi technology is here, and it's Docomo Pacific's WorkPass, powered by Plume. WorkPass unlocks connectivity, productivity, and security tools all in the palm of your hand. Access features like adaptive Wi-Fi, guest and employee networks, evolving AI security, plus so much more. To learn more about WorkPass, visit business.docomopacific.com. Docomo Pacific Business. Work better together.
Check out the newest hydro and garden center to hit Guam, Crop King Hydro. We have a huge selection of plant nutrients, soils, hydroponic mediums, organic pest control pumps, plant support, tools, and so much more. Call 635-4769. 635-GROW. Open Monday through Saturday, 10 to 6 at the Dededo Satina Mall, right across from Payless and Paradise Fitness. For whatever you grow, think Crop King Hydro. Crop King Hydro.
It's the Ray Gibson Show, brought to you by APL, American President Lines, a global presence with a local home and security title. Ron and Kim want to see you all the way through. The first part is a title search. The last part is clear and escrow over at the bank. And if you don't know what any of those terms are, you need to talk to them before you start doing investing in real estate. Ron and Kim at Security Title.
Any speaker, anytime. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Right on, buddy. 8:17 in the morning. Ray Gibson here. Lots happening in the media community. I don't know if you're paying any attention, but it looks like we're in a time period where there could be some tectonic changes. And many people say, what's going to be happening? Working across us over at KUM, Chris Barnett, who the other day suggested that, May 27th, I guess, is going to be their last day on the link. And not a whole lot by way of what he's going to be doing next. There's a lot of rumors floating around, including one where it's going to be Chris Barnett for governor and Janelle Carrera as his running mate.
Biba!
Biba!
Yeah, sure, right.
What? I just thought I'd throw that out there because it sounded funny in my head. And I'm glad I got a laugh out of you. This is Chanel from the Department of Public Health and Social Services. Good morning. How you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
Never better. Thanks for asking. I'm absolutely terrific. And there's so many things that have come out of public health in the last couple of days. But I do want to go over one before I get into the Skittles deal and the safe swimming pool week and all of that stuff. I did want to ask. There was a thing that came out in the JIC where they were talking about if you get a home kit, and Mana is noting in her newscast this morning that there is another round of free at-home kit shipments that are coming out from the federal government. Yeah, absolutely free. There's a third round coming out, and there are going to be a lot more people that are going to be taking these tests. And just now, Public Health is saying you need to let us know if you got a positive.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, we just want to remind the community this is not the first time that we've actually sent out this reminder test at home, and whatever the results are, please let us know what they are. We've scaled down on testing the community. And so I think, what this is going to do is this is going to increase the amount of home testing that's going to happen. And so we just want the community to be reminded that, hey, we know you guys are probably testing at home, or there's going to be some home testing occurring. So if you're doing that, don't forget, you still need to let us know what the results are. So it's just a reminder to let us know what your results are, especially if you're positive.
Yeah. Well, I don't remember getting any notices before, and I had a home kit. I had two tests. One was negative, and a second one that I tested positive with. And I sat there and I said, well, what am I supposed to do now? I didn't want to tell anybody over at Public Health because I didn't want to get picked up and put into isolation or anything like that.
Well, so I believe the first time that we sent out the notice for self-reporting was prior to the federal government sending out the home test kits, because we were anticipating that these were going to come out.
Yeah.
So we did that, I think, sometime late last year. And then we did another round of reminders or announcements to the community in the JIC. And then now we're doing it again. So it wasn't the JIC releases. I don't recall exactly which JICs.
Well, there's literally been thousands of JIC releases in the last 2 years, so it's going to be hard to nail down. It just felt odd that after all of this time has passed, we're not doing contact tracing anymore. It feels like COVID's in the rearview mirror, and so I'm just wondering why you need to actually conduct that additional surveillance.
Yeah, and I think what's occurring is that we know there are at-home testing that's occurring, and I think what we're seeing is not a lot of self-reporting that's happening going along with the home testing that's happening. So we just want people to be reminded that they still need to report their tests, their at-home testing, and so that way it's more accurate, the picture that we're seeing. And then on top of that, we have scaled down on testing, community testing. Teason has gone to 3 times a week and just half days. So we want to see an accurate picture of our numbers of testing.
Well, okay. Well, I mean, to the degree that much of that is still required by anybody. I mean, as I said, it just feels like COVID's in the rearview mirror. All the numbers that we're looking at are well within the island's ability to cope with, and it feels like that is the permanent situation moving forward. At some point, though, maybe with a clearer picture, it might encourage the governor to end the recurrent public health emergencies. Yeah, like that's going to happen. Anyway, on to other. What's that real, Joe?
A caller was asking where do they report the results?
Oh, it's it's an email address. Yeah.
Yes. So it's kind of a long email address. So it's DPHSS, which, as you know, stands for Department of Public Health and Social Services. So it's DPHSS.surveillance@dphss.guam.gov. So just remember, it's our surveillance branch.
Yeah, you got to spell surveillance correctly, otherwise Janelle not going to get the email. Sorry. I'm sure there's a place on the website where you can just click and it'll open up your email device.
Everything's on our website, but just remember to send it to our surveillance branch, dphss.surveillance@dphss.guam.gov. So just send your name, your date of birth, the date that you tested, and your results. Whether it's positive or negative, send your results to us, and that way we can log it on the system. And so if you're positive, don't forget, you still need to isolate for 5 days or until your symptoms are clear. You're no longer experiencing symptoms.
Right.
If you have a fever, until it's been 24 hours since you last had a fever. And then, of course, if you don't have symptoms, but if you test negative but you have symptoms, you should try and get a confirmatory test.
That's why they give you two. That's why they give you two in the thing. So in my mind, it's one to make the mistake with, and the other one to actually confirm whether or not you've got the disease. 8:24 in the morning. A couple other things. Public Health is sending out circulars on. One of them is Safe Swimming Week, and the only thing that you need to remember about that one is take a shower before you go in the water, and don't pee or poo in the water. That's 90% of everything that you need to know. In fact, if you go to someplace and there's a swimming pool there, the examination, take a look at it, and if there's any poo floating around in the water, do not swim in that water at that time. Wait until somebody, actually, it's kind of a sophisticated process where you actually have to do what they did in that Caddyshack movie. You got to drain the pool and scrub it down and sanitize, and then put clean and chlorinated water in the thing before anybody can go into it. But this one here, a little bit more serious, is, and these are among my favorite, candies to chew on every once in a while. Skittles gummies, Starburst gummies, and Lifesaver gummies are on a nationwide recall list, and Guam is affected.
Yes, Guam is affected, and so we've already contacted the distributors who are working with the retailers that they've distributed to pull some of the affected candies or de-affected candies from the shelves, from the store shelves. So they're working on that, and actually they've already pulled some of them from the shelves. Wow. And they're continuing to work with them to, and in fact, I believe even on base, DOD has also identified the affected candies and pulled them from the shelves as well.
All right, if you go to DPHSS and you'll be able to look up the item numbers, UPC codes, other codes that you can look at to ensure that whatever it is that you've got in the house is safe. There's the old rule: when in doubt, throw it out. Or take it back to wherever it is that you bought it. Will they be issuing refunds at the stores?
So if you look at the press release from even the FDA, it doesn't indicate that I'm not sure if they'll issue refunds, so you might want to check with the retailer if they're willing to do that. But I would just throw out the candy itself. I wouldn't even bother, I'm not sure. That's a store policy.
Yeah, but everything's expensive now. It's like throwing away money. Can I just is there a way that I can sift through it and find that little wire that you guys are talking about? If there's no wire, go ahead and eat it.
Please don't do that.
I'm sorry. What's Ray Gibson's favorite line? Kids, don't try this at home. Do it at your friend's house. 8:26 in the morning. Again, it's Skittles gummies, Starburst gummies, and Lifesaver gummies that are at risk right now. And I'm glad that the Department of Public Health and Social Services is involved in this particular recall. You got anything else that's big coming out this week?
We've got some announcements from the Division of Senior Citizens that are coming out soon. You know, it's May. It's Senior Citizens Month.
Right.
So we're really celebrating all our seniors this month. It's a big time. So Viva Manamkus, and we are celebrating them. So just look out for that. It's coming out pretty soon.
Okay.
Hopefully by today.
All right. Well, I'll be looking for the release. In the meantime, safe swimming week, and in order to have a safe swimming week, you and your sister are going to be going out to all the different swimming pool areas, PIC, Tarza, Onward. We're going on the Bohane Bikini Tour, right? No. That's not going to happen. Come on. Have some fun with me every once in a while, would you? It's 8:27 in the morning. That's Chanel from over at the Department of Public Health and Social Services. But it did sound good, right? The Bohane Bikini Tour coming to a swimming pool near you. I'll see you soon, sweetie.
All right, thank you.
Have a great day. 8:27 in the morning, and it's going to happen now that I said that it's going to be her and Chris Barnett running for governor and lieutenant governor. We'll watch and see the rumors start to fly around. Just remember that you heard the start of it here on the Ray Gibson Show. 8:28 in the morning. 888-8255-888-TALK. A little bit later on, got a kid. His name is Casey, and Casey is with TPUSA Guam. That's Turning Point. Guam, and of all things interesting, it is a story here about a youth conservative movement, because even some of the young kids that are floating around these days, listening to all of the woke nonsense that we've got floating around in the world, and question marks about the kind of country, the kind of island that they are going to inherit, and would kind of like to get in front of that with strong conservative ideals, up to and including, I would think, among my personal favorites, equal opportunity, not equal outcome. And there are guys on the far left that'll fight you over that. 8:28 in the morning. Donna Mila is on the line. Good morning, Donna Emilia.
Good morning.
How you doing there? You taking care of Jose good?
Oh, yes, and my mom. So anyway, I received a notice that there's a list out of the number of people who have not picked up their refund since 19 Forgotten.
Mm-hmm.
And I was kind of like shocked that there were several people I knew on there who actually owed child support. And so I don't know how I'm hoping you get a hold of Daphne Shimazu and ask how can the children who are owed child support have those taxes put to their child support if the parent didn't ever claim it, because it's like we don't know if their taxes were ever if their refunds were ever picked up. So could you advocate for us and see if it's possible? I did leave messages I left a message this morning to ask, and maybe you can just
see if I can get a tickle on that. You would think that the garnishment for that and other items that might be owing the government of Guam, hospital bills, right, child support, overdue library books, that kind of thing, you would think that would have already been taken out, netted out of the checks, so that it would just be the tax return.
Right.
The tax refund minus all of the other deductions, including child support.
True, but these are tax refunds since even before some of the child support were even in place. And if the person isn't going to claim it, then
shouldn't that be? I want to say it should be escheated back into the government. So I mean, unclaimed tax returns over. You don't just sit on that forever and ever. If you don't, somebody doesn't make that claim against that refund, then it seems to me that it ought to go back to the government of Guam, go back to the other taxpayers.
Well, if the people knew that it was not claimed because it's not, for example, it's not mine, right? But if I see it, I'm like, hey, wait, that person owes child support, and even though they didn't claim it, shouldn't the child get it, not just go back into? Is there a process that it can go to the child?
Right.
Because and even any other thing like.
Well, does it indicate? I've never seen this document that you're referring to. Does it indicate what is owed, or is it just people that that aren't paying their deadbeat dads or deadbeat moms that aren't paying their child support, their fair share?
It's a list of people who've never picked up their refund since I think as far as 2007, and it's just posted. So I got it from a friend and said, "Hey, don't you know this person doesn't owe child support?" And I'm like, "Hey, yeah. I don't know. Let me ask." And I'm just advocating that if the person owes money to the government or to child support, wouldn't it be best that it goes to where the need is and not just put back into the general fund or whatever it is?
Right. No, I hear what you're saying. I'm just in my head, though. I mean, there's all kinds of methods to take care of child support, and in some cases, maybe it's not necessarily in cash. Hey, I'll help you. Let me take care of the tuition. Let me take care of your car payments or buy you gas or something like that is outside of the system or something that is not visible to you. So I don't know. I mean, and so let me get back to the question. Does that document indicate that the individual owes money to the government of Guam or owes child support?
No, the document just says they didn't pick up their
So but they don't pay their child support.
Yes, I know they don't.
And so what you want to be able to do is to go to the victim of something like that, who would be the kid, and make it so, all right, dad's not paying the child support. He's got a tax refund coming to him. So I'm going to go over to Revenue Tax and see if I can get that money so I can cover my graduation fees and all my yearbook fees and airplane ride to college.
If there's a possibility that actually can happen, is it legal to do that? I don't know. And I know Daphne's in the middle of tax season and all of that stuff. So I figured you had the. I have the connections. I have the connections and sacred wisdom, Donna Mila. I'll do what I can for you. Great.
Thank you so much. Oh, no problem. Have a terrific day. Love seeing you and your comments on the Facebook Live here. We'll check in on some of those blokes in just a little bit. Great morning. 8:33. And Montecito Retirement are about ready to take care of that last big look at news and headlines. Are you ready to go there? Yes. Get me out of here. No more delays here. Fine. Coming your way in just a second. Montecito Retirement.
$15 might not get you that far, but Chili's is bucking the trend with $15 meal deals. At Chili's, $15 gives you not one, not two, but 3-course meal deals complete with a drink, a starter, and an entree. Mix and match 3-course meals 15 ways to Sunday with soup, salad, or chips and salsa to start, and ranchero chicken tacos, honey chipotle crispers with rice, bacon ranch quesadillas, or personal fajitas for the main course. Build your own $15 meal deal at Chili's. More life and great value happen here.
Day. My name is Joan Kinata from the village of Umate. I've applied for the program in Salapi to help me in my daily commute from Umate to Manila. Thank you to this administration for the program in Salapi.
The application deadline for program in Salapi has been extended to May 22nd, 2022. For more information, please visit doa.guam.gov. This ad was paid for by the Office of the Governor using government funds.
The Bohane Bikini Tour. You know you love the idea. You love the idea. How do bikinis? As Mana says, sometimes you just need to take a concept, an idea, and just put it out to the universe. And let the gods, however you conceive your God, deep voice guy with a beard and clouds in the background, or maybe, I don't know, some kind of an extraterrestrial, other dimensional being that is capable of manipulating thoughts and turning them into action. But it started now. It started. The germ of an idea is in there, as well as the germ of an idea that it's going to be Chris Barnett and Janela running for governor and lieutenant governor. Wild horse. Wild horse
Why
candidate.
not? Why not?
And shake things up. Run as a
Yeah,
Republican.
run as a Republican. Shake up our party a little bit.
You know, because they'll be on. They'll be on 8:36 in the morning. You'll figure out how you'll be able to watch both the candidate interview with Felix and Tony and in their program and the last hour of this program. It might come down to put me on pause, watch and see what's going on over there, or line up on the show, watch them as a video on
open
demand.
up your second device and watch us both at the same
Everybody's
time.
got 2 or 3 computers or something like that floating around here. A couple of interesting stories we'll talk about in the future. I'm annoyed at something else. This is one of those Nick Perlosky levels of growl and annoyance. Page 8 of today's Guam Daily Post. Read along with me, kids. Brothers charged in prison escape await plea offer. What amateur is running this case? What do we need? What other evidence do we need? The guy was in prison, then he wasn't in prison, and he's hanging out with his brother, cousin, one of the other Camacho boys, and they went out and did some joyriding and a couple of burglaries, robbery or some dang thing, and then were caught by the police. Anthony Camacho told he stole phone cards, cigarettes, and drinks from the Mobile gas station at Adelup before he and his brother attacked a guy in Harmon and stole his car. This is not conjecture. They admitted to doing this stuff. What is the point of a plea deal? I don't understand. Here's the thing. You were already in jail for committing a crime. You went out and then you hung out with this dude and then you committed some more crimes. So we're adding years to your sentence and we're putting him in jail so he can spend some time with you. Since you love being together so much, you can put you guys both together in the same place. I don't understand the point of the plea deal here. Why would they even be offered a plea deal?
The AGs, man. They're strapped, bro.
Jail time, bro. Jail time.
Overworked.
8:38 in the morning. I'm so glad I got that off my chest. Mana Silva Tara now with her last big look at news and headlines this morning. What happened?
Water outage in Santa Rita this morning, calling for the cancellation of classes at Harry S. Truman and Southern High School. Southern sending their kids home right now. Harry S. will be sending their kids home at 9. Parents are asked to pick up their kids at these respective times. The Aspire after-school program also closed for the day, but should resume tomorrow. Hopefully the water will be fixed by then. The Saipan Senate to issue its verdict in the Senate impeachment trial of CNMI Governor Ralph Torres. Just 2 days of testimony presented by the Torres defense. The Senate is going to meet at 1 this afternoon in the CNMI. And those are your headlines right here on The Point.
I got video from a guy selling Pago from the bridge. Going downhill is bumpy and needs to be repaired. It's not the only place.
Yeah.
There's, pretty much everywhere. It's got something like that. But along that road, Route 4, all the way down. So I think you're talking about the Soward Bridge, that area
got the
there.
ripples.
Yeah, so it's you got ripples there. You know where else you got ripples? Going down, what's the name of that store that I like in Pago Bay? The
Tendon something.
Tendon Inda. Okay, so here's the thing. There's so much of the rivulets, ripples in the roadway down there. It will actually shake the car, right? But and I think it has to do. You know, they've got all those big trucks with the trash in them that go all the way down to Tsalan.
Tsalan in Ilahan.
Yeah, down in. Sagan dump.
Wow.
Don't ask me why that's in my head. It's an old Bokongo song from back in the day. But anyway, so we've got these ripples in the roadway because of those. I believe it's those trucks that are using that so often and hitting the brakes, and pushing the ripples,
pulling the carpet.
Yeah. I think that's what's going on down there. And I don't know when or if anybody's going to fix them. I know how to avoid them, and because they're right down the center of the roadway, so you just go off a little bit. And drive a little bit closer to the middle of the roadway, and you should be okay. Or a little bit closer to the edge of, you're getting that squidgy feeling like, okay, but it's raining or it's dark, and I don't know what's going to be happening. I appreciate that, and we'll maybe play the video that you sent a little bit later on as well. 20 away from 8 o'clock in the morning. Ray Gibson Show until it's not going to be. Normally, I don't do traffic at this hour, but I thought maybe I'd put this back up on the screen because I thought I might be seeing some ugly traffic continuing to try to make your way from Adakal onto Marine Corps Drive. I mean, even though it's almost 9 o'clock, there still seems to be a significant amount of northbound traffic. Also, a lot of traffic on Route 10, getting from Untalan Middle School area all the way to the 8, 10, and 16 intersection through there. And we are seeing a little bit more traffic in some spots, moving a little bit slower than normal today. Not sure why. 20 away from 9 o'clock in the morning. And there's so many other things that are floating around in my head. But this, I also wanted to get up on the screen. Real Joe sent it to me, and this looks like one of these deals where maybe I need to get my own bicycle, but neither one of us can participate in this. Oh, wait. Maybe we can.
I didn't send you that, man.
Oh, you didn't?
No, maybe the other Joe Cruz.
The not real one?
The Joey Cruz.
Joey. Oh, it was Joey Cruz that said it. I'm sorry, I thought it was you. Okay, so wait. Maybe we can participate because it's a holiday. 8:41 in the morning, there is going to be the Memorial Ride for the Fallen, and it starts at Paseo at 5 o'clock in the morning. Is showtime. Go time is going to be at 6 o'clock in the morning, but it's brought to you by Ignite. There's Current, Freedom Grinders are in there, and Brood Awakenings. So I guess that means there's going to be coffee.
Governor Carl said he'll ride his bike with you.
Really?
Yeah, he's on
awesome.
the phone now.
Oh, he's on the phone now? So Memorial Day, do me a favor, just a quick question. Maybe you can get a hold of the real Joey, the other real Joey.
I can.
And find what's the distance on this? And will there be a timer? Is it just a ride? It's not a race?
It's a fun ride. It's, yeah.
Because I got those shorts.
Yeah.
I got the shorts.
We don't need you on a bike in those shorts, man.
No, not those shorts. I got bike riding shorts with the padding. With the padding and the dogging. Yeah.
Nice.
I like to wear those just around the house. So much fun. 8:42 in the morning. Former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez on the line. Good morning, Gov. How you doing?
Good morning, Ray. Nice to hear from you.
Wait, who's that? Is that Angel?
No, that was Valerie. I'm just trying to get her to edit something here.
Oh, I was going to say, Valerie's got a deep voice. Okay. Anyway, former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez on the line, and I'm waiting for my invitation because it looks like there are some more influencers coming out from Japan and winners of an actual contest. These Japanese ambassadors are coming in this month, right?
Yeah, I just got taking pictures outside, and I asked them if they would like to go on the point tomorrow morning at 7:45. Some of these ambassador girls to come and tell you what they're doing here.
Yes, real Joe. Write it down tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll get you in drive time, and we'll bring a couple of these Foxy ambassadors from Japan to come out and talk about how they got themselves out here. And there's some significant names of the ambassadors. There's Miss University Aichi 2020, Kana Taiji, and international runner-up for the 2020 Minami Katsuno, Miss Universe Japan 2018. There's Yuika Tabata and Shiho Kininu that are going to be coming out here as well. What?
Yeah. Eureka's here already. Minami's coming in tonight. Eureka's here already. Just took pictures with her. Quite lovely ladies, very, very nice. And I asked them if they want to get on with you. And they said, "Oh, is that the guy that likes Japanese girls?" I said, "Yep."
Yeah, it's him. People sometimes wonder if I have a type. Hello, have we met? In line with recovery efforts, all kinds of stuff in this, and maybe I'll see if I can get the picture up on the screen. I didn't copy the print, the picture that Josh included. So if you could send me a copy of it from your phone, that would be awesome. Anyway, GVB's hashtag Here We Guam contest in Japan out of a pool of 500 participants, and we've got a whole wave that came out in February, and another set that are going to be here doing all kinds of stuff starting right now over at GVB. And one other note, just between us here, I got to say how outstanding that area in front of GVB looks. They did the water blasting and painted the cobblestones. It looks terrific.
Yeah, so we're doing that now. We're going to do the entire Tumon, San Vitores. We're waiting for the paint, actually the right kind of paint, the base paint, so that we can really, once we paint this, it'll last for a decade or two. And so this is a very special paint. It's like non-skid, non-algae, and so very little maintenance. But right now, we're water blasting all the algae that hasn't been water blasted for 20-some years anyway, and it's looking nice by itself.
Somebody was asking me what the progress is on Matapang, and I said, next time I talk to Uncle Carl, I'll ask him. Anything moving on the rehabilitation of Matapang Park?
Yeah, well, we did get about 14 point some $1 million grant, and that grant at EDA has not completely gone to this final thing, but we're already, as soon as they finalized it and said, okay, you have the 14 point some million, we put it out on bid.
Okay, in particular, it's a bunch of paddle boarders and what do you call it, canoe people that are interested to see what's going to be happening there, as well as beach volleyball enthusiasts that think that area might make another great target location for all the competition. It seems to be growing here on Guam.
It's really a nice layout that Willie Flores has put together, and it hasn't gotten the complete final because what we do is the infrastructure first on the ground, the drainage and all that. We want to get started. We want to put the fire department crew there as well for easy access to for emergencies in the water. So we're just waiting for that final approval, and I'll check again today how far it's gone through the process.
Yeah, just kind of curious as to see where that is. I don't know if you noticed, but the front page story and how the governor's kind of hands off with regard to you and differences that may exist between the management and the board over at GVB. But I thought this was interesting, and I'm sure that you've already got your copy. Lee Weber, the president of the Vigilance Committee, is not taking a hands-off approach. You'd made reference in a newspaper article about members of the board meeting in private and unethically voting for GVB initiatives and programs that would benefit their business. And now Lee Weber wants copies of all of the information that you have about those so-called secret meetings and things like that.
Right. Well, first of all, we are going through the process of harmonizing the rules and regulations versus the enabling law. And once we're doing that, we're also, going through and reviewing the minutes and some of the actions that were taken maybe since 2016. So we're not ready yet to put out whatever findings we haven't really now finalized with the forensic, people.
Mm-hmm.
But eventually it all come out, and the governor wants us to work together. And I think the best thing that the board did, and I'm just writing to the employees now, is that they voted for them not to meet indefinitely until the bylaws and the law is put together to harmonize. And as you saw a couple of days ago, the headline from the speaker is that this is convoluted. They keep passing laws that doesn't make sense sometimes, and it goes against the enabling legislation in the past. So. We're gonna solve this thing. The governor wants it solved, and so far the management is running GVB until we harmonize it. That was the motion indefinitely until the enabling legislation and the law is made to fit together.
Right.
So that's really good. So I've been telling them that until such time that the bylaws have been made to harmonize, the management runs GVB.
Just one last note. If you need help with these Japanese ambassadors, let me know. I've still got some sake that I stole from your place the last time I was there, as well as a whole lot of really, really expensive scotch. And you know it would be wasted on me, so I'll make sure that it goes into appropriate color good glasses.
Okay, how about Friday? But tomorrow, can they come in at 7:30?
Oh yeah. Bring them in tomorrow, no problem. But as far as but whatever social stuff, I gotta take a look at my social calendar, Gov.
6 o'clock Friday.
I'll put it in the calendar.
All right, make a big calendar.
All right. Hug and a kiss to Auntie Jer. I'll see you soon, Gov.
Thank you.
All right. 888-825-5888 TALK. Always a terrific time when I talk with him.
Absolutely.
Nice guy. Former Governor Carl T. Gutierrez. And here's the thing. We got a lot of conversations going on, and among them, it was Frank Bloss Jr. talking about going down to Tumon and seeing a whole lot of nothing in Tumon. A lot of businesses that are waiting for their LEAP money so that they can get the lights on and move employees back into their locations. I can't disagree with him. My daughter likes to go to CPK in Tumon, not the one in Agana. The one that's 3 minutes away from my house. No. We need to go to the one in Tumon. And you go there, and it's kind of depressing because there's not a whole lot going on there, and many of the businesses that you would pass by to get to CPK are still shuttered up, and so we need to find out what is being done and how we might be able to get butts in airplane chairs filled with tourists from South Korea and obviously Japan, and we've got some now. And so we'll find out to what degree they'll be able to help market the island. Did you get Joey on the line to find out how long that ride was?
Not yet. I did not yet. I'm trying.
Man, slacker dude. That's okay. Donna Mila's back?
She's back.
Another bite at the apple, huh?
Yes.
Another ride, as Bob
Ferris wheel.
Flitzky will say. All right, Dunya is on the line. Wanted to do a plug for some kind of training.
Hi, Ray.
Hi.
Sorry,
That's
I wanted
okay.
to do a plug for my son's school. Career Tech High Academy Charter School will be having a table set up at the Chamorro Village, located between the main pavilion and the Chamorro Village Tower.
Oh.
So we wanted to let everyone know, especially the kids in the South who wouldn't have to travel 2 hours to get to school, that Career Tech is open to registration and things like that. And if they wanted to know more about this vocational school, Career Tech School, head down to, when you're down at the Chamorro Village, check
tonight.
out the table.
All right, so Chamorro, Wednesday night market tonight over at the place. Career Tech is the name of the school.
Career Tech High Academy Charter School.
Okay. Now, what are they teaching the kids? What are they teaching your boy?
Well, he was doing agriculture. He was also doing media and press and media. He was also doing some engineering course, business class.
Wow.
Computers and whatnot. Yeah. So it's pretty impressive.
It sounds like it's pretty impressive. It sounds like a buffet of skills that he might be able to pick up. You have some basics on these skills, figure out which one he likes the most, and by the time he gets to be a senior, already have enough of the skills and experience to be able to either A, go out and get a job, or B, take it to the next level in terms of learning.
Oh yeah, they have it set up so that they could have a taste of many things in their freshman year, and then I believe in their next years they start to tune into a specific field, so that they can be someone who doesn't just walk out of school without any skill set,
right?
But actually have skill sets like we did back when we were GCC VOTEC High students. We walked into the job with a skill set that isn't just, oh, I don't know.
Listen, I'm crazy about the idea, and I'm even when it comes to the regular schools. Doesn't have to be a vocational technical school, but I just think that it would be important that we start getting more things, a home economics, if you will, and a little bit of a shop stuff for the guys, so that they've got a little bit of a skill. They know what tools are to be used in what job categories you need to do. I'd like to see more of that kind of thing. So we don't need to have full-blown technical schools out there. I think we just need to return some of that conversation back into the schools. Of course, the guys in the education business say, hey, there's only so many hours in a week, so you got to kind of pick and choose where to go. But I appreciate that. So tonight over at Chamorro Village.
Yes.
Right on. Okay, Donna, I'm going to let you go. I got a bigger name on line one.
Thank you.
Now I'm just playing around. We were talking about different Joe Cruz. Joey Cruz is on the line from Freedom Grinders and sent me a graphic I put up on the screen because I thought it was Joe Cruz that sent it to me, but it's not. It's the other biker, Joey. Good morning, Buenas. Welcome to the program.
Hey, good morning, Ray. Buenas.
So Memorial Day, Ride for the Fallen, showtime 5 over at Paseo, and then you're going to hit the road at 6. I'm not a cyclist, so it's not one of the. I don't know what I would be in for if I borrowed Real Joe's bike and went for a ride. So tell me a little bit about first of all the Ride for the Fallen, and then in particular about this particular event. Where's it going, and how far do I have to pedal my bicycle before I'm allowed to stop and drink beer?
Yeah. Okay. So the Ride for the Fallen, as mentioned, this is our 3rd annual. We had our first one in 2020 with about 70 riders, and we saw that it was a great participation, so we continue on last year. Mm-hmm. But we changed it up, the location to Paseo, just so that we had a start and end area. The ride is a little bit more than 12 miles. It's a real slow pace. We're going to have some flag bearers pacing the route from Paseo to Aston Memorial Park. We're going to take a group photo there, then head down to Naval Base Guam's traffic light, make a U-turn, and then visit the Veterans Cemetery, where we will do a moment of silence for all our fallen heroes, and then proceed back to Paseo, where we'll be able to enjoy some refreshments from a couple of vendors that actually volunteered their services.
Well, I see Ignite and Brood Awakenings down there, so I'm going to assume that it might be those guys that are going to come and help out. So you said this might be about a 12-mile ride?
Yes, just a little bit over 12 miles from what I was tracking on my GPS the last time. The first ride in 2020 was 22 miles. That was from gate to gate.
Yeah.
The issue we found was trying to get people back from Naval Base Guam up to Anderson.
Correct.
The
runners do that, and that's it's one of those things where, okay, first of all, you got to run 22 miles today, and then the next one is I got to find a way to get back to my car.
Yeah. So logistically, we started wargaming and planning, and we tested it out one morning, and we found that logistically it would have been very easy. And then at the same time, the ride is very easy. I mean, even the most beginner rider would be able to do this.
Well, yeah, and if we're just going down to the front gate or around the front gate at Big Navy, it doesn't sound to me like we've got any elevation issues either. Because you don't hit hill until you go south, until you go on Route 2.
Yep, basically, yeah. I mean, the only thing we're fighting is if the wind is pretty strong that day, but with the amount of bikers and the pace that we go...
Oh, yeah, should be able to find somebody to draft behind, no problem.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Do we need any money for this? Is somebody going to be taking any donations, or do I need to have some folding money to buy stuff?
No, not at all. As a matter of fact, just bring your bike, bring a cooler if you want. You know, we've been blessed to have Current Guam as one of our sponsors, so they'll be bringing some refreshments as well, some drinks, some water and stuff. All we want is just,
I like many of the flavors associated with Current Guam.
Yeah, you know, who doesn't?
Well, I know that, you know, because the latest thing now is Michelob Ultra, which is an athlete beer, but it doesn't work. Just FYI, it doesn't work if you drink the whole 12-pack in one sitting. You know, kind of, you're not going to get the dietary or nutrition benefits if you drink it all at once. I'm here to tell you. But they've also got seltzers and things like that, Michelob Ultra seltzers. So might be one or two things that will help refresh you after the ride is all done. The Memorial Day Ride for the Fallen, May the 30th. It's a Monday, and I think that's on our calendar as a day off. So hopefully, Real Joe and I might be able to come down there and hit the road with you for about 12 miles.
Yes, please. Again, it's open to everybody. You know, we just want to bring the community out and just do it for the cause. You know, and that's remembering everyone that sacrificed, you know, for our freedom.
Well, do me a favor. As it gets closer, I want to hear from you or the guys more often. So Real Joe's going to remind me to put this up on the screen every once in a while because it is a big deal. But the other part of it is there are so many, and you know this for a fact, there are so many people that over the course of COVID-19 have scored bikes. And are on them all the time, up and down, riding on the sidewalks. And it's good every once in a while when you can get into a big mass ride like this one here that we're talking about, so that you get a little bit more confident about pedaling on the streets and, you know, being out there in traffic. So if you're just one of these people that are hitting the sidewalks and going up and down Tumon, it's time to, you know, spread the wheels out a little bit more and get some other mileage under your feet.
Yeah, definitely. You know, the last couple of years, we've had great support from GPD and Guam Fire Department, you know, patrolling the areas, keeping us safe. So, you know, I mean, it's a great community turnout, and we're just asking for everyone to come out and support.
All right, closing in on 9 o'clock in the morning. Joey, it's always fun talking with you. Like I said, don't be a stranger. Call back in every couple of days so that people know what the absolute latest and most important thing to know about the Memorial Day Ride for the Fallen on Memorial Day, starting at 5 at Paseo. I'll talk to you soon, Brett.
Man, thank you so much, Ray.
Anytime. You know, you're always, the answer for you guys is always going to be yes with the Freedom Grinders, and that's a fact here at this radio station. 9 a.m., time for Fox News.
Primaries tonight in several states, including Kentucky, North Carolina, and Pennsylvania, where both Republicans and Democrats are voting for Senate candidates.
Despite being the most well-known candidate on the ballot, celebrity physician and TV doctor Mehmet Oz banked his entire political campaign on being the so-called outsider ready to fight the establishment. Well, this morning he cast his ballot in person, in fact, for the first time in his life in Pennsylvania. Oz said he's voted absentee in the past. Dr. Oz told us he's optimistic about tonight.
Fox's Brian Yennis. Dr. Oz has the endorsement of former President Trump. On the Democrat side, Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman is the top contender, though he suffered a stroke last week and had a procedure to put in a pacemaker today. In North Carolina, the race to watch is the one that would fill the seat currently held by Senator Richard Burr, who's retiring. Congressman Ted Budd has the Trump endorsement in the House. Congressman Madison Cawthorn's primary is being watched over Cawthorn's recent controversies. He's been stopped at airports twice for traveling with a weapon. The mayor of Buffalo, New York, offering condolences for the victims and calling for change after Saturday's mass shooting.
Buffalo Mayor Byron Brown echoing President Biden's words in the wake of a gunman killing 10, most of them black, at Tops grocery store, condemning white supremacy and hate.
I won't forget, and I won't let others forget what happened here in Buffalo, New York, what happened to my friends, what happened to my neighbors, what happened to my community.
Brown saying he thinks more needs to be done about hate speech on social media, calling the president's compassion meeting with the families of those killed powerful.
Fox's Kristen Goodwin. 18-year-old Peyton Gendron has pled not guilty to murder charges. America is listening to Fox News.
Like many other businesses, the pandemic presented challenges and uncertainty. We had to stop operations for months and relied on the PPP to keep our staff employed. We had to develop COVID-related health policies and prepare reopening guidance that modified the way we operated and carried out our program. Our maximum capacity was reduced. We invested in new equipment, stocked up on PPEs, and even had to hire more employees to ensure social distancing and controlled groups. The CARES Act funding and child care stabilization grants from the ARP funds allowed our company to cover business expenses related to the COVID pandemic and stabilize our operations so that we can remain open, continue to provide care to Guam's families, allowing our economy to rebuild and assist frontline workers and those getting back into the workforce. We're thankful for Congressman St. Nicholas for advocating for these funds in Washington, D.C. If you have any federal issues, please contact your congressman's office.
Thank you for the federal funds.
Thank you for the federal funds.
Paid for with official funds from the office of Congressman Michael F.Q. San Nicolas.
From the Cincinnati area is accused of shooting his dad.
The 15-year-old's mother, older brother, and defense attorney pleading with a Hamilton County juvenile court magistrate to release him, but the answer from the bench was not at this time. His mom wants him back at her home in Lexington, where cops arrested him last week after the shooting and recovering the gun. His dad appearing on camera in what appeared to be a hospital room with medical equipment, telling the judge, "He can't stay with me." It's pretty much self-explanatory. His older brother says he's not a bad kid. The 8th grader arraigned on charges of felonious assault and auto theft will remain at the county detention center. Another hearing is set for next Tuesday. CJ Papa, Fox News.
Four guilty pleas in Seattle in a multi-million-dollar scheme to manipulate Amazon Marketplace.
32-year-old Joseph Nilsson and 33-year-old Kristen Letici, both of New York, entering guilty pleas in federal court in Seattle, admitting that they paid bribes between 2016 and 2020 to get Amazon employees and contractors to leak confidential data to, among other things, get suspended third-party sellers and product listings reinstated on the Amazon Marketplace, to circumvent the company's restrictions on certain products, and to manipulate customer reviews. Another defendant, Rohit Kadamassetti, pled guilty and was sentenced in February to 10 months in prison. Two other defendants face trial in October. We're told a sixth remains on the run in India. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
Far fewer Americans said "I do" during the first year of the pandemic when wedding plans were upended. The CDC says there were 1.7 million weddings in 2020, a drop of 17% from the year before, and the lowest recorded since 1963. The drop was not exactly a surprise since the U.S. marriage rate had been on the decline since 2016. The CDC found that 46 states reported declines in marriage rates in 2020. Hawaii saw the largest drop in the country. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Attention! Lolita Kamet is now with Hoffaday Realty. She'll always be that hardworking and passionate real estate professional who is committed to helping you make a difference in your life and helping you achieve the American dream of home ownership. She also specializes in commercial leasing, land sales, local residential sales leasing, military and corporate relocation. So for all your real estate needs, call Lolita Kamet now with Hoffaday Realty at 688-6743. That's 688-6743.
The Federal Reserve is starting to increase interest rates to fight inflation, but they're still so low, making it the perfect time to refinance your home, to lower your rate, and perhaps take advantage of its increased value to put some cash in your pocket during these uncertain times. Cash that you can have the freedom to access when you want, where you want, with your Bank Pacific Visa debit card. Lower your rate with cash in your pocket. Access your cash when you want, where you want, with your Visa debit card. Where there's good branches, we place roots, and we're rooting for you. Equal housing lender, credit conditions apply.
Hoffaday, my name is Jerome Kinata from the village of Umate. I've applied for the program in Salapi to help me in my daily commute from Umate to Manila. Thank you to this administration for the program in Salapi.
The application deadline for program in Salapi has been extended to May 22nd, 2022. For more information, please visit doa.guam.gov. This ad was paid for by the Office of the Governor using government funds.
It's me. It's my turn.
It's your show, Ray.
Hey, that's right. 6 after 9, Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by the team over at Chili's. What they're excited about now is the idea that there are so many great grads out there, and not just graduates, but people that are commencing. They're commencing. We're going from the 5th grade to the 6th grade. And my niece, Gabrielle, went from kindergarten now, and she's going into 1st grade. And I always thought, you know, until it's your kids, you just go, my God, what a waste of time all this stuff is, right? You don't graduate from 6th grade and go to the 7th, 5th grade to go into the 6th grade.
Summa cum laude.
But I guess sometimes they do. Yeah, it's an opportunity to get. You know what it was for me? It was an opportunity to get all the kids together and march the real smart ones up to the stage, up to the front of the school, and you always just kind of sit back there and wonder in your head, wait a second, were my grades good enough to get there? And the answer to the question is, at least as far as I was concerned, hell no. Not once. I think did I ever get called up to join the other smart kids at the front of the school. But anyway, if you got kids that did or didn't, take them to Chili's. Class of 2022 grads will eat for free from this great menu they put together. And there's a private room available. Champagne room over at Chili's. Let's find out. 671-648-7377 for more details. More life and celebrations happen there. 2nd floor of the Tumon Sands Plaza.
The Ray Gibson Show. Bring you closer to the action. This is The Point, Guam's FM News Talk Superstation.
Time is it now? A couple of minutes after 9 o'clock in the morning. Ray Gibson Show until 10. We're working today, and if you're watching this as a video on demand because you broke away to go and watch Felix and Tony on Candid, I forgive you. I forgive you. Thank you, though, for coming back to the program in the arms of the Ray Gibson Show. And a couple of lots to talk about today. Believe it or not, a table of contents is full, and we'll return to it in some time. But I've got a special guest in the studio, and by way of introduction, and I think it was at Ron and Kim's house when I first met this young man. Casey Clark is his name. And we started talking about a thing called TPUSA. Now, remarkable about this particular event was it was a get-together among the Republican Party captains and chairs and things like that, because it included the guy. We interviewed him here on the program. I can't remember his name now. But what was he? Donald Trump's Jr.'s buddy.
Tom Hicks Jr.?
Yeah, that guy. Yeah, so he was at the party, and you were at the party. And I thought, okay, well, who's this young guy? Who brought his kid to this grown-up party? And as it turns out, you were kind of among the star power of the party as well. Young Casey Clark in the studio, student at Harvest Christian Academy.
Yep.
What year are you? Are you graduating this year?
I actually just graduated about 5 days ago.
Oh, congratulations to you. What fancy college are you going to?
I'm going to Florida
State. Your dad
State.
can't afford. Did you get a scholarship?
Sort of. I got into this program where I can get in-state tuition after the first year of studying abroad in actually Spain. So that's what I'm going to be doing.
Wait. So we'll get to the thing about the interview, but this is kind of interesting to me. So where are you going to college where they don't want you there for the first year?
I'm going to Spain, Valencia, Spain for the first year, and then to Florida for the next 3. But it's an FSU campus that I'm going to be going to in Spain for the first year.
I had no idea they had programs like that.
Yeah.
Now, will you be, what's the word where they envelop you in the language? Are you going to be like, do you have to speak Spanish to go to this college?
No, but I will definitely be trying to learn a lot of Spanish when I'm there. I want to try to come back being trilingual because, I have Japanese, English, and hopefully Spanish by the end of
You didn't take Japanese at Harvest, did you? I know so many kids that do that, of Japanese descent that take Japanese because it's an easy A.
No, I'm actually half Japanese, and I'm from Japan, and I was fluent in it before I moved here.
Right.
So,
Did they have a Japanese class at Harvest, though, that you could take?
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
They do.
Yeah, so 4.0 in that class? by any chance?
I didn't take it, but,
you didn't take it?
No.
Oh, this is a good kid. I would have taken that because I would have gone in for the easy A. I mean, that's a magic power, speaking Japanese. And hopefully, I was talking with Carl Gutierrez in the last hour of the program. There are a number of Japanese ambassadors that are here to take pictures and have activities and throw them up on Facebook and Instagram and things like that. On the screen right now, I've got I'm not showing the entire poster. It's called Guam Live, TPUSA Guam, and then we got a couple of names here: Stephen Davis and Isabel Brown. We'll go from the top to the bottom. What is Guam Live and what is TPUSA Guam?
Okay, so it's called Guam Live because we're doing the Guam chapter of Turning Point USA. We're doing a collaboration with Turning Point USA Live, which is an afternoon program they run in Phoenix, Arizona, from TPUSA headquarters with a panel of speakers that speak about all the controversial topics of the day, and it's a conservative program where everyone kind of hangs out. And they're doing this thing just for us, just for the Guam chapter, and they're designating this time to speak to us and in our Guam community.
Oh, that is so cool. All right, so it's on the air anyway in the afternoon there. We do the time zone breakdown. We do this thing. It'll end up being at 9 o'clock on the 21st. So, within a couple of days, we'll be able to watch this. And so the people that are headlining in the program are breaking things down for just us?
Yes,
yes. And Guam topics, like Guam high student boy playing in the girls' rugby. Is that going to come up?
Yes, I can definitely bring that up. It's gonna be open-ended. We can talk about anything we want, but I can make requests to talk about certain things. I already made a request to talk about like abortion, for example. It is a huge topic.
Well, it's a massive topic across the country now with that leaked documentation out of the Supreme Court, and that got everybody's attention at the same time that Guam is having deep and intense conversations and intense debate over the Heartbeat Act. Okay, so now the question that might be occurring to some of the listeners going, wait a second, this a kid. He's a Harvest graduate, just graduated from Harvest Christian Academy, and is talking about doing a program with conservative values and conservative young conservative. How did you become a young conservative advocate here on Guam? And was it tough being a young conservative on Guam?
Yes, it's definitely been tough. I've been called a lot of names, racist. I was actually called anti-Asian one time, which is, absurd, being half Japanese.
Right.
And I kind of got started.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah, I kind of got started in the whole conservative, political topics discussions when everyone is posting these black squares for BLM, and they're saying, oh, we stand with Black Lives Matter, Blackout Tuesday. And, I saw how this movement was, brainwashing, in my opinion, all my friends, and how quickly they were so politically motivated to a certain cause. And I wanted to, do my own research instead of accepting all these premises that my friends are pushing on me.
So valuable.
Thank you. So I started doing my own research because I wanted to just not accept things that, are being pushed on me. And, I started going online and searching up the statistics for crime and encounters from the police and criminals.
Yep. White on black activity, police involved incidents, white on white, black cop on black assailant, that kind of thing, and find out where those numbers were.
Right.
And you found obviously that there was a whole lot more fiction than there was fact behind Black Lives Matters, and then the people that were behind Black Lives Matters, and as it turns out, they're no better than any of the other existing race hustlers and grifters that we've got out there. What do they use that money for?
Oh, yeah, they're buying large mansions. They're just buying up a whole bunch of real estate right now. Patrice Cullors, who's the co-founder of BLM, was found, I think, buying $3 or $4 million homes just a couple months ago.
I thought they were supposed to be helping out in the inner city.
I know. And Stephen Davis, who's one of the people that's going to be in this Guam Live event, he called BLM buying large mansions because that's what they're doing.
That's what they ended up doing. So one of those things, I've have conversations with people, and in particular, I've got a daughter that's just a year younger than you, graduating from academy next year, and I'm delighted to hear that she is kind of on that same path of inquiry here, where people, don't hesitate to go and if they put a border around their Facebook or something like that. I'm, for whatever, I stand with such and such, and she's, asking her friends in very direct ways. Wait a second, why are you behind that movement? Why are you just, taking whatever the internet is feeding you and eating it right out of the spoon without questioning it? Because there's so much that needs to be questioned. But the answer, as it turns out, and some research is out there that says, we're walking into a very strange time. You aren't, but many of your peers are, where there is no longer black and white. There's no longer up and down. There's what's popular.
Yes.
There's what's popular. There's what the media is telling us, what the movies are telling us, what the music is telling us, and what so-called media influencers, social media influencers are telling us as well. So, I mean, with so much, and the problem is not like when your old man and I were growing up. We had, 3 networks. We didn't have streaming music, and we had, here on Guam, there was like 3 radio stations, and they didn't do talk radio. It was just like music. There was not a whole lot by way of media. People in your age group are it's in your DNA. It's infused in you with all of that. So how do you filter? How do you, besides going in there and doing your own research, I mean, how do you, is there a filter that you've got in your head that it's got to get over this BS meter before it's something that you'll support?
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's a huge influence these days. The amount of media people consume, it's absolutely insane. I have some friends who go on phones for 7-8 hours a day, and it's nonstop. So what I try to do is I just kind of realize that, that's the digital world. I need to spend time in the real world too. And, I like to spend time with family. I like to go out with friends. So I try not to get consumed by, the media and the digital sphere.
You don't have FOMO then?
No, I don't know what FOMO is.
Fear of missing out.
Oh,
is what FOMO
okay,
is.
got it. Yes.
And that's why people in your group are that's why they're on the phone all the time. They don't want to be the last to know about whatever the next big thing is going to end up being. So they're absolutely glued to the phone. And unfortunately, like I said, that doesn't leave a whole lot of room for once that popular thing has started pinging everybody, it doesn't leave a whole lot of time for not objectionable, but objective research.
Yes, 100%.
Because now it's just going to be, I got to tag this, and I got to tag my friend, and I got to do this, and then you're looking and seeing who's tagged you on everything, and it's this weird circular propagation, unfortunately, of misinformation and disinformation that we've got out there.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, the White House is talking about a misinformation board.
Oh God!
And all that's really doing is censoring speech that they don't agree with, in my opinion. So, calling all these people calling out misinformation, disinformation. They're the ones that are spewing out misinformation, disinformation. So.
Well, I hope this doesn't happen to you, but I know that it has for me and other people that grew up with certain institutions that we thought we could trust.
Yes.
And now, as it turns out, in 2022, you cannot trust anybody. There is no longer any institution. Used to be you could turn on ESPN and just go, hey, let's watch sports. But there's so much wokeness and woke nonsense now, 100%. Even in the world of sports, that it's hard to get that kind of escape mechanism. So I'm sure you've got your methods to be able to get out there and just decide, okay, I'm unplugging today from everything and concentrate just on what it is that you've got to do. We talk about conservative values. And just because I'm curious, because I want to see how far you've gone into this, how would you define a conservative? What would you define as maybe your favorite of the conservative values?
Okay, free market capitalism, believing in limited government, believing in fiscal responsibility, believing in God, believing in putting family first, believing in low taxes, believing in
You had me at small government, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely had me at small government. I'm one of those guys that, look, I want to be able to reward the people that have taken the initiative and done something with their lives, as opposed to what Biden wants to do, and that is, just the generic tax the rich, screw the rich people.
Stimulus.
Did you see what? I'm sure you're watching, but Bezos is going back and forth with the White House this week, and it's been absolutely incredible. And so here we are. There's so many other different ways that we can deal with inflation, supply chain issues, but we're not looking at that because Biden wants to blame everybody except himself.
Right, 100%.
So I kind of worry about the world that we're going to leave behind. I'm 60 years old. I get if I'm lucky, I'll get to do this for another decade or so. But at some point, there needs to be another somebody that comes up behind me that will be able to do that kind of high talking and dealing, talking through that kind of conservative lens. Are you alone in this? Are you like the one guy from TPUSA on Guam?
There's others out there, but I think I'm the only one who's really taking initiative to do something about it. Because I have some people.
That's the hashtag tell the others. I always use that on the air, and I originally started using that to remind people that they had an obligation to defy authority and to question authority, especially when it came very close during the COVID times to intersecting with what I thought were constitutionally guaranteed freedoms that we've got.
Yes.
So that's why I say hashtag tell the others.
Yeah.
So that's what you need to have is a hashtag tell the others campaign, so that other young conservative and conservative-minded people like you can get together. And I think maybe that's what this Guam Live is going to be about.
Yes, 100%. I think so too. And this is really what we're trying to do is we're trying to bring young people more proactive in the community, in government, being more informed about politics. And I don't think there's enough people on Guam that are really paying attention to local news, national news, like all of it, right? So what we're trying to do is bring attention to this and getting people more involved.
There's a concern. Low information voters, we like to refer to them as, and unfortunately, they come out in droves. Becoming politically active is important. You're graduating from high school. This is going to be the first year that you get to vote in an actual election. And I'm not going to ask you who you're voting for because I thought I saw you at a get-together for Felix and Tony. So I'm pretty sure you'll at least carry them through the primary, huh?
100%.
100%. Yes. And see what happens with the rest of the Republicans. Is that as a concern among folks your age? Is that it's election time? They don't feel. I was talking to somebody, my friend Lauren, and she's a teacher, students your age, and she actually brought members from the Guam Election Commission to her classroom so that she could get the students registered. And you would think that every kid in the room would sign up immediately. I'm going to register. I'm going to vote here. This is my first one. I'm really, really excited. But she could not get a majority of the kids to register. Some of them, number one, didn't want to get involved, and number two, didn't want to be in the pool for jury duty.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that just don't want to have any part of it, and they're afraid of being called names, and they don't want to voice out their opinions because they're afraid of getting backlash, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So, we want to get more people involved, but it's difficult because the COVID talk is kind of like over in Guam now, and that really motivated a lot of people. So I think in a way that's kind of a negative because people aren't as motivated to do something about authority because there's not as much authority as there used to be.
Well, we're going to get gaslit.
That's true.
Just watching the next 100 days, there's going to be so much gaslighting going on. They're going to try to make us forget the last 2 years and quote mandates and lockdowns and how does Jeff from Pirates Cove say it? Checkpoints, roadblocks. I forget. We'll play the commercial for you a little bit later on, and all of that because you bring up COVID and young people, and I'm here to tell you that most adults that I know have put away their masks, but I noticed that young people, your age group here, son, are still wearing their mask all the time. Have they just not gotten the message, or is it the new version of their whoopee?
I think they got so accustomed to it, and I don't know. They're afraid to take it off. They're afraid. Maybe they feel like they're gonna die as soon as they take it off or something. I don't really know because all my friends, at least all my close friends, have decided to take them off because I convinced them that it's kind of ridiculous that we're still in this stage. But
They didn't do anything anyway. I mean, everybody knows that the masks did very, very little. The numbers are out there. They were out there to begin with, and they've been confirmed that unless you were wearing a well-fitting N95, you were not getting the benefit that these masks gave you. The pretty mask that you buy in the store with pretty tourist colors on it and things like that had absolutely no impact on the spread of COVID-19. I'm here to tell you without any reservations that they were useless. But as you said, the kids get so used to hearing the fear porn, and I'm sure it was drummed into them every day by the teachers. Got to wear the mask. Wear the mask. Got to care about yourself and your family and all of this other nonsense that they fed us. Yeah,
that just shows you how much influence schools have, and that's part of why Turning Point SA is here, because all the indoctrination is happening in the schools. So we're trying to bring back that sense of common sense and reality. Well,
I wish you very, very good luck because you are, if you've got an hour with this Guam Live on the 21st here, unfortunately, it's going to be in competition with TikTok and Instagram Reels and now Facebook Reels. They're all the same, by the way. I watch them, but you're going to be in competition with all of those different things. So you need in the marketing game, we have frequency and we've got things like repetition, and reach. So I'll give you the reach. We've got the ads for Turning Point USA playing on all 3 of the radio stations, and so we've got the repetition because it's running about 5 or 6 times a day on each of the radio stations, and that's my low-key bragging. But the other part of this is you're going to need to open up other channels.
Yes.
For other young people that need to grow up and be conservative like you. How do you intend to do that?
Well, we have an Instagram where we make posts kind of like every time we do something cool, every time we have meetings and stuff, and we try to promote it on our social media, personal social medias as well.
Yeah.
And other than that, we just kind of try to talk to people personally, because that's better than I think just texting people. So every time we hang out, I always go, to my buddies that I haven't talked to, and I'm like, hey, you should come to this meeting.
Are you doing something dumb? No. Okay, good. Come to meet with us, and we're a bunch of smart people, and we think we might have a handle on how to move forward. I mean, like I said, 60 years old. I survived the Carter years and the Clinton years, and surprisingly, I survived the Obama years. I don't know if we're going to survive the Biden years. I think we've figured out how to get the weakest and least capable of running this country into the White House right now.
Yeah.
And I don't know how we're going to make. There's 3 more years left in this administration.
Yeah, Biden has screwed things up in such a Shakespearean way. It's so ridiculous. It's like, how can you screw things up this badly? From everything from inflation to Afghanistan.
Well, let's conspiracy theorize here for a second. I don't think that he's the big guy. I don't think he's in charge of anything. There's strings getting pulled all over the place, and God help us, even if he was removed, we'd still have to deal with Kamala, and another one is incapable of the job that she's got. Can you imagine if she was actually sitting in the Oval Office?
Yeah, I'm afraid of Kamala would probably be worse. And I know Biden's basically just a puppet because he doesn't know what he's talking about half the time. There's someone under, that's controlling Biden, in my opinion. So
yeah, it seems like there's this wave of lefty talking points, as there is a wave of righty talking points. Yeah. But it seems like we just go and immediately, no matter what the problem is or what problem they've created, we're going to find somebody to blame it on. It's going to be Trump or it's going to be Putin, and the new scapegoats are going to. Who's the new scapegoats? It's white supremacists, I think, are the new scapegoats, and they're going to be putting together all of these different listening posts on the internet, looking for people that are saying things just like this and saying, well, he is white. And he is using these conservative talking points. He must be a white supremacist. Yank his FCC license. 9:28 in the morning. 888-8255-888-TALK is the telephone number. I got Jack on the phone. Now I'm going to put the headphone. I'll give you the headphones and plug them in. And it might not be loud enough for you because you're a teenager and everything. But go ahead and turn that up to whatever it is that's come from. Blaring is the word that I'm looking for. So you're like a dad's best a dream come true here, right? Isn't that great? You go, wow, conservative dad. What's the big nightmares that the kid's going to end up being a VW driving hippie, right? Like the guys that we grew up with. Exactly. And so wait a second. It's nice to see that the coconut didn't fall very far from the tree on this. Did you get a lot of influence from your old man and his friends?
Yes, but he never actually pushed his political views on me. It was mostly on my own research that I came to my conclusions that I am a conservative. But he did, now looking back, I think he did instill some conservative values in me as I was young, like putting family first and trusting in God.
Reagan books all over the place. That's what my dad did.
Sure.
Great communicator. He had a way. Casey Clark is the guy's name. Before we get into Jack, just another reminder. He's here to talk about an event that is coming up, and I'm here to tell you, even though he might be targeting people in his peer group, I think this is going to be a good primer, if you will, for folks in our age group, over 18, over 25, that would like to kind of get back into this, or at least redirect. There aren't too many opportunities outside this show and Bob's show, and the other shows that we have here on the Point. Aren't too many other channels where you can do that. But in this case, we've got Stephen Davis and Isabel Brown. Stephen Davis on the commercial, referred to as the MAGA Hulk. How do you get that nickname? I think that's one I might know a couple of guys that might be worthy of being the MAGA Hulks.
Yeah, so he's MAGA. He's a huge Trump supporter. But the thing is, he never actually before he didn't actually like Trump because the media was telling him that Trump is this racist guy, he's the most horrible person on planet Earth. But he started listening to some music in the '90s that were praising Trump, and he was like, he was kind of perplexed. He's like, wait a second, why are these people saying Trump is good, and now everybody's telling me that Trump is the most horrible person on planet Earth? So he started doing his research on Trump's policies and what he was intending to do in the 2016 election, and he started to become a huge Trump supporter. So he wears a MAGA hat all the time. Yeah. And the reason why he's called MAGA Hulk is because he's 6'4", 335 pounds.
He's a linebacker.
Yeah, he's he has a commanding presence. So that's why he's called MAGA Hulk.
Did you meet these guys? I know you did some traveling recently
I did,
with TPUSA. Did you run into them?
Yes, I did. I met MAGA Hulk at the America Fest conference last December, and I told him about Guam. I told him he should come, and he was like, "Oh yeah, for sure." He was actually originally supposed to come to Guam, but his whole issue with renewing his passport or something didn't work out, so it kind of fell through.
It's okay.
Last
You can bring
minute.
the girl, Isabel. What's wrong with her? She can come to Guam.
Yeah, I talked to her as well at I think CLS and America. CLS is a chapter leadership summit and America Fest. And she's one of the first people that supported the Guam chapter, and she's one of the first people that followed us on Instagram. So she's always been there for us, and she's also, like I said, I don't know if I said this actually, but she's the communication director for Turning Point USA.
Okay.
So yeah, she's
the one you sent the commercials to, right? That they love. Tell them I'll keep doing it for free. 9:32 in the morning. Casey Clark is in the studio. TPUSA, Turning Point USA, and they've got a Guam chapter. More on that in a couple of minutes. But I want to give Jack an opportunity to say hello to Casey this morning. Hey, Jack.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, I would like first to congratulate Casey on his achievements and Godspeed on his next trails. And I've always spoken to Raymond. I said, we are missing an Alex P. Keaton sort of character.
Yeah.
And, he comes from Family Ties, if you're familiar with the show. It was way back before you were born. So it was about a young high school kid that espoused conservative values and free markets and stuff like that. And so, that's what we were missing. And I'm glad to see that Casey is finding his own way, that he's not being, pushed into the direction that he's using the Socratic method. I just wanted to ask, Casey, do you know what your major will be or what you're interested in as you head to Florida?
Yeah, so I'm looking at majoring in finance because I do love politics. I always want to be in politics, but I don't want to be a career politician. So I think I'm going to start my own business or something and become successful in business before maybe getting into politics as a politician in the future.
Well, great choice. And just as a matter of combining conservative values here in Guam with youth and also, those who are old like Raymond. So have you heard of a guy named Dinesh D'Souza?
Yes, I've seen. I haven't seen 2,000 Mules yet, but I've heard good things about it.
We need to have a viewing party for that. Somebody needs. He's back in theaters, number one, and he's dropped the price to $19.95 to make it more accessible to folks. So if maybe that ought to be something fun to do, is get the thing and 5 or 6 of us drinking beer and watching 2,000 Mules.
Well, actually, he always comes out with a documentary or some sort of a show before election. So this year, yes, he does have 2,000 Mules. And just to put the message out there, it is in theaters now, in selected theaters. Now, I know Ray has a sister, Shelley, that used to be connected with Micronesia Mall Theaters. If maybe we can petition to have it show, because now it's opening in 400 selected theaters U.S.-wide, and maybe we could petition Tango in which we could have that movie shown at that theater, and we could all convene as conservatives and, have something to do and something to talk about after the movie, and, just bonding and getting together and, just hashing out the trials and tribulations that happened these past 2 years. And those who held the front, such as Raymond, who, and us unvaxxed that did our best. So I wish you well on your journey, and don't be discouraged, because Florida is really a liberal kind of university, but you stay your course, and I wish you well, and I hope that.
Well, somebody needs to be in the university level and stand in the gap. Somebody needs to be able to do that, and and be the guy that is welcoming people like Ben Shapiro and Dinesh D'Souza to come to the campus and speak.
Yeah, but the reason why I asked him what his major was, because actually this 2,000 Mules is really a scientific method, and it involves geo-tracking. So I thought maybe you might be interested in those things, those sorts of technology and things like that. And so it's a great way to understand the scientific method, apply it to problems that we have nowadays, but it also sends a political message that isn't, labored down with too much ideology, but just science and facts and numbers. So anyways, good luck on your journey, and I hope that you would do this before you leave, because the movie actually opens in theaters Friday, but it's 400 selected theaters. Now, with Shelley's connection, hopefully she has it still. We can have it there at Tango.
Yeah, well, she still got the connections, and you drop very large hints, hard to miss. I'm stumbling over them now, but I will. I'll see what they've got to say about that over at Tango.
Day, both of you.
You too. Thank you. Appreciate that. Well, you got blue check marks from Jack, and that's a good thing. More about Turning Point USA here in just a second. We're going to take a quick break. Come back with Casey Clark on the way.
Half a day. Patsy Gogri from Security Title here with information about what a title company does. The title side of our business determines who owns a property and guarantees your ownership with a title insurance policy. The escrow side acts as an independent third party, managing the transfer of money and documents between the buyer, seller, lenders, and others. Security Title has a management of real estate closing down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
Hafaday, this is Severina. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam, Saipan, and on U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit www.apl.com.
Are you looking for a new place to hang out with your friends? Let's go along the sidelines at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Located at 154 Iriarte Road, Unit 4 and 5 in Tamuning behind Royal Bigs. Sidelines, a hidden gem with nothing but great things to offer. Great atmosphere, great food, top shelf drinks, and a great team. What are we waiting for? Let the fun begin at Sidelines Bar and Grill. Open daily from 3 p.m. to 2 a.m. See you there.
What? Is it more talking to me?
It's time for the Subway.
Eat Fresh. Yeah, Eat Fresh Refresh going on right now, bro. They got that roast beef. They've got a great, and maybe you've heard of this kind of, that's Angus cow. And that Angus cow is the kind that makes the roast beef that they've got in the sandwiches over at Subway. Now, you can have it by itself, make a roast beef sandwich any way you want to, or you can have the, what do they call it, the Black Forest? It's a really good. Anyway, just try it out today with the Angus roast beef at Subway Eat Fresh. What a hassle. 9:39, and what a nothing burger COVID-19 turned out to be. Much being said about and eulogizing 1 million Americans that have died from COVID-19, but they probably would have died from something else anyway. I was looking at some of the numbers, and Jack was talking about the scientific method, and it did exactly what everybody said it was going to be doing. It was going to go after folks with comorbidities and of a certain age group. I mean, if you were over about 65 years of age, you were definitely a target for COVID-19, and those are among the people that it took out. But they were probably also going to die from life and things like that. Sure, I mean, the complications that were brought on by it, but those comorbidities were still there, and poor lifestyle choices and habits. 20 away from 10 o'clock in the morning. His name is Casey Clark, spelled Keisi.
Mm-hmm.
All right, why?
I'm Japanese, and that's how they do it. It's called romaji, and K-E is the K sound, and I is the E sound, and S-I is the C sound.
Okay, so but it's just Casey. We just call you Casey, but it's just longer. And I'm sure the characters are good to make a nice tattoo one of these years.
Yeah.
TP USA, Turning Point USA, and some interesting tweets. I was looking at them on Twitter, and my eyes drawn like a magnet to other ways that you can jump into Turning Point USA. It's not that might be kind of a monolithic, overarching organization, but inside of it, like so many other things, there are different components. There are different channels that you can go through to stoke maybe a little bit more of your conservative fires, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, there's conferences like every 6 months or so. There's like the Latino Leadership Summit, Young Women's Leadership Summit, the Student Action Summit. And if you're, a chapter leader, you can go to the Chapter Leadership Summit. And there's also America Fest in December.
Okay.
So there's events, all throughout the year. Anyone can go to those events. But I think especially for young people, for like the leadership summits. Mm-hmm. But like the Student Action Summit and America Fest, like anyone from any age can go. So
I'm really, really digging this program. In fact, we're talking about this, the Young Women's Leadership. Somebody says, well, your daughter should go. Okay, well, I'll tell you what, I'll send her that link, and she's take a look at it. She has been asking about leadership ideas and leadership opportunities, other than what you would normally get, kind of run of the mill. This is not everybody's thinking in terms of are there political opportunities. Not running for office, but just thinking kind of in political terms. And the answer is yes, there are. Mm-hmm. Yes, if you want to line up with that, maybe you've got some young people that are listening and the whole Southern High School is out here this morning, so maybe they're looking for something to do. By all means, check out TP USA. How do people find you or TP USA's Guam chapter?
Yeah, so they can go to my Instagram, KEISI _CLARK, or you can find out about the Guam chapter, which is, Turning Point USA Guam. Yeah.
And now do you get together with your chapter members on a regular basis? You have beach things or whatever, barbecues?
Yeah. So when we had school's out now, but we used to have meetings every single week, and we would convene and talk about a bunch of different issues. Anything that was the most pressing issue of the day, we basically talked about. And we also do fun activities. Like the other day, we just had a Second Amendment Day where we went out.
Oh,
yeah,
shoot guns.
We did. We shot a whole bunch of guns. Like we blew through probably over 1,000 rounds.
Oh yeah,
it was a great time, and we made a post about it too.
Because you have to, like anything else. I mean, you got to practice it. You've got to practice your First Amendment.
Yes.
You have to practice your Second Amendment.
Yes.
And we need to, I think, urgently show people what their freedoms are, because I think I'm worried about the generation that's going to come that has no idea about those freedoms, has no idea that there is a Second Amendment that protects their ability to bear arms.
Yes.
It's in the Constitution of the United States of America, and then the First Amendment rights, which most people don't really have a clear idea how it works. They will wish for it once it is taken away. They will wish for it once they start getting pinged by the misinformation bureau at the White House. They are going to miss it when all of a sudden they come to realize that there is no more free press. So those are important things that you've got to validate for yourself now, so that you know what it is that you're protecting.
Yeah, for sure. And that's part of why we do these events. We want people to know what their rights are and why they're so important. Like when we had our Second Amendment Day, we went through the whole history of the Second Amendment and how that applies to today's society. Yes, and, how to properly operate firearms with, we had an officer that came in to teach us from the GDP officer Young. So a huge shout out to Jason Young if he's listening to this.
Did you any particular gun that you liked more than the others?
Shoot, that's a tough question. I like the one with the scope. It was like an AR style scope rifle. It was awesome.
Anything with a scope on it is awesome. I mean, I'm here to tell you, it certainly makes shooting guns that much more fun. Yes. We talk about the Second Amendment. We talk about guns, and it's amazing. And people say, "Well, you let that little 18-year-old shoot a gun, 17-year-old shoot a gun? How dare you?" And the answer to that is, they used to have classes in school about gun safety. It was not unheard of for guys that grew up around where your family's from to go to school in a truck with a gun rack on it, and it had guns in the back because we might, hey, let's go hunting later today. Let's go find something and shoot it. Lots and lots of different reasons that you want to get involved into programs like this. I wish you a whole lot of luck. I know. Because I know how sometimes it can be tough for me. You've got to imagine that even in some of the circles that I run in, there are conversations that I have with friends, and I think legitimate debates that I enjoy having with my friends at the other end of the political spectrum. But then on the other side of that, the flip side of that is there are some parties that I don't get invited to because I come from the conservative side, and I might not necessarily fit in. And that's okay as well. But I know that that's a lot tougher. It's easier for me to do and for me to get away with, but I know it's tougher for folks in your age group that might not be as, I don't know, strong in the faith or embracing those principles as much. Do you ever get kind of worn out, exhausted by the debate?
Yeah, for sure, definitely. Sometimes it's just too much. Everybody's texting me left and right. Oh, Casey, this is horrible, the things you said. And I'm like, it's just common sense. Like, and one time I voiced my opinion in a group chat saying that I don't think, shutting down the school makes sense. And then I had, everybody was trying to censor me with, a bunch of pictures or whatever. And then, afterwards, some people called me insensitive and hateful for saying that, schools shouldn't be shut down. So, yeah, it's definitely tough sometimes, but...
I mean, how do you get through to them? I got a microphone. This is my tool here is I can go on the microphone and say there's no reason to shut down the schools. The schools are not super spreader locations. And if you take a look at all of the data, all of the pertinent data, kids aren't targets for COVID-19. Never have been, never will be. And there's absolutely no reason to have shut down any of the educational facilities on Guam for any amount of time. It was a mistake, and it didn't save lives. Period. But nobody wanted to look at that data. I couldn't get anybody with in any position of authority. And it certainly didn't include John Fernandez and the Ed Board. They were blindsided by all of this, by the governor's office and the Department of Public Health and Social Services. So that's my bully pulpit. That's how I got away with it. Were you ever able to convince anybody that it was a bonehead move?
I think I made a lot of people at least rethink what their views, because I said, I gave actual statistics on why it doesn't make sense to shut down the schools, like how kids are so unlikely to die from coronavirus. Very, very unlikely. I think it was like 1 in 100,000 or something like that. It's some crazy number. And not only that, but, it's just, it's not helpful to learn online at all. It's not real education, guys. Like, I was online. I didn't really learn anything, to be honest with you. So,
Made senior year that much more pleasant. Well, like I said, and unfortunately, class of 2022 is the class that. How was high school? High school was great. First part was in the kitchen, and then I was able to move into the bedroom, and finally I got one of those MiFi things, so I could show up for my distance learning at the beach. Just change the background behind me, and everything is going to be cool. And I agree with you. No learning came from that. The students in the Department of Education lost days and days and days, and that has now been blessed. The legislature allowed them to get a waiver on Bob Klitsky's adequate education law, and have forgiven them now those 28 days. And, the governor signed off on that legislation. And now these kids are going to be left, I think, less competitive against other students where their school systems didn't shut down, or they were made to take those classes and get their fill of the education. I guarantee that this year at universities all across the country and even here on Guam, the remedial math and remedial English classes are going to be jam-packed. 9:49 in the morning, the 21st at 9 a.m. Guam Live. How do I watch that?
Just come in person. I mean, I think we can stream it live for you guys. We can ask someone to, film,
where's it going to be?
The whole thing. It's going to be the Dusit Beach.
Nice.
Yeah, Dusit Beach. I think Fort Soledad is the name of the place. Yeah, we're trying to pack the whole place, so just bring as many people as you guys can, I guess.
Well, I'm on the air until 10, but yeah, maybe I might swing by afterwards just to see what's going on. Well, I would hope that there is a crowd there, and I would hope that there are a number of other young conservatives like yourself. Yeah. But I also hope that there are a whole bunch of people that haven't found their groove yet. I think this is going to end up being. I hope it is the great opportunity for a lot of people that are trying to make some kind of sense of the world that just need a filter, if you will, so that they process everything through that filter and say, okay, is this right? Is this wrong? Equal opportunity, not equal outcome. How do we reward achievement in this country? And why are there so many people that are hell bent on discriminating against people who have taken significant risk and sacrifice with their lives? I'll never ever understand that. Memorial Day is coming up on about 10 days after that event, 9 days after that event, and thoughts that you may have about generations of men that have gone before you that have worn the uniform and served our country in war.
Yeah, I mean, we got to appreciate those guys. They sacrifice so that we can have our rights, so we can be successful, right? So it's very important to take a step back and have gratitude in that. And I think, that's what schools should be doing, is teaching people gratitude instead of, saying that America's a horrible country and we're all racist and, everything's racist, all the institutions are racist. So,
the people aren't happy unless they're making dividing lines among Americans. I think that is the thing. We talked with Casey Clark, and he did not identify as an Asian American.
Yes, American.
That's what we just start there and figure all the rest of this out. At the end of the day, you find generally that there is more that brings us together, and the less static that we get from the people that try to tear us apart, the better. 9:52 in the morning. I've had such a great time talking with you. It's not the first time that we've talked, but this is the longest long form that we've had in any time. When you headed off to college? When are you going?
I'm going around late August, but I'm probably going to be traveling to Japan for about a month in June.
Yeah. Take advantage of it while you're still, within a couple of time zones, airplane hours.
Right.
From there.
Right.
Are you now? Is your dad going with you? To college? You going back to college with the boy?
No, actually, I'm going to be sent. He's going to be flying by himself.
Oh, he's flying by himself.
Yeah.
Well, so you're not one of those helicopter dads. No, okay. no, you're one of those dads. I know which dad he is. He's the dad that, okay, you're 18, get out. Get out. You got big feet. They will support you wherever you go and whatever you do. And there's nothing wrong with that either. It's 9:52 in the morning. Quick break, and we'll figure out how I'm going to kill the next 8 minutes.
Win a $100 gas card when you purchase Gasolina energy drinks. Be one of 5 winners and enter now when you purchase 3 for $4 Gasolina 8-ounce or 3 for $5 Gasolina 16-ounce energy drinks. Drawing on June 21st. Free gas with 76 Circle K. Take it easy. Get a 10-pound bag of ice for only 95 cents when you purchase a 12-pack or more of any soda or beer. Only 95 cents for a 10-pound bag of ice. Swing by Circle K today. Some conditions apply. See stores for details. Circle K. Take it easy. Ice.
On March 4th, Guam Homeland Security sent an advisory warning about Russian cyber attacks and recommended Guam organizations strengthen their cybersecurity postures. You might think your small business isn't at risk, but as businesses use more cloud and web-based tools, they're exposed to cyber attacks designed to snare victims of any size. Keep your organization protected with GTA's multi-threat security bundle. Visit gta.net or call 671-644-1000 for a free consultation today.
Everyone has a busy schedule these days, and sometimes we forget to schedule our routine dental checkup and cleaning. Don't neglect your dental health. Schedule one today with Dr. Robert Yang and his Smile Team, conveniently located at the East West Business Center on Marine Drive, Upper Tumon. Call us today at 647-8702 or 3. Again, that's 647-8702 or 647-8703. We make smiles happen.
Yeah, so Jack called in, wanted to know about that 2,000 mules. If you don't know what he's talking about, just Google 2,000 mules, and something will pop up. He wanted to see if I could get Big Sister to exert some influence over the folks over at Tango, see if we could get that movie playing over at Tango Theaters over at the mall. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. You know, they might look at it from just a marketplace standpoint and say, really, honestly, how many people are going to be interested in watching a movie about how the Democrats stole the 2000 elections, the 2020 elections. How they really, they've already gone through all of the courts and all the process. But they tell me it's a provocative movie that will cause you to ask questions and be concerned about the way we do elections and how much confidence do we have in casting the vote. I mean, here on Guam, we've had elections where there have been questionable events that take place. How many times has the power gone out? It's one of those things that guys with better memories than mine will be able to go through some of this where you go, election night, and over at the counting headquarters, the ballot counting place at the University of Guam, the power went out and they turned on a generator and it wouldn't work, but the power came back on. And I'm not going to say that the numbers changed, but is it possible that things happened in the darkness while we were trying to get the power restored in the facility? Then there was just these strange events. There was a red cooler. Some of you might remember there was a time over at the University of Guam where the red cooler was discovered, and inside there were ballots in the red cooler. I remember. What's going on here? Stop the counting immediately and call for an investigation. So there might be some people that are interested in 2,000 Mules, but honestly, would you spend money and go watch it in a movie theater if right next door they were playing Top Gun? I gotta be real, man. I gotta be real. I gotta be honest with myself. You got the Marvel thing. We got the Multiverse of Madness with the guy in the Marvel movie. They're the big Spider-Man. Where they got another Spider-Man that's going to be playing? Hey, let's go watch 2,000 Mules, and the kids are going to say, "No, Dad, let's go watch Minions or the League of Super Pets. Come on, let's go and watch that." I'm looking at a thing with a whole bunch of movie posters on it. And these are supposed to be some of the big movies that are coming out here. Benediction, Chip and Dale Rescue Rangers is in there. As I said, Doctor Strange, Multiverse of Madness. They're making a Downton Abbey movie. I must have gotten through an episode or two of Downton Abbey before I just out of sheer my brain, I think, wanted to kill itself. It just did not entertain me. So I don't know if I'd spend money on a movie. There's a movie coming out about Elvis, a remake of Firestarter, the last of the Jurassic Park movies. There's Lightyear, which is a Disney send-up, a spin-off of Buzz Lightyear. Minions.
To the moon.
Paws of Fury. Now, this might be worth watching. If for no other reason, Rebel Wilson. You familiar with the name?
No.
She's that fat New Zealand chick.
Oh, yeah.
In a bunch of those movies. So here's the thing. She's lost an incredible amount of weight.
Oh, she used to call herself Fat Cindy.
Yes.
So people wouldn't call her that.
Yes, that one. Yes. So she's not fat.
Awesome.
She's not fat anymore.
I don't like that.
I'm sorry.
That's not who she is anymore.
Are you one of those people that like Adele when she lost all that weight?
Yeah.
We're going. Wait a second. I don't know.
Voice changed, man.
Right. Well, so okay. Here's an example of the media influence here, and we're all supposed to. There's a Sports Illustrated. Are you ready? Remember when Sports Illustrated, bikini supermodels in the swimsuit edition?
Yes.
Okay. In the upcoming, and I think they've got a bunch of different forms that they're appreciating, including, is overweight the correct? I don't know. Curvy.
There you go.
Yeah.
Voluptuous.
And there are women now, conservative women I follow on Facebook that are saying, you know what? It's very interesting. It's so nice that you're trying to be nice about this, but that woman is obese and she needs to make different health choices and diet choices, and might be attractive in the face, but that's not a healthy body. You can wrap it up in whatever kind of bikini you want to, but she is not healthy, and that's not something that should be applauded. And that obviously starts the fight going like I don't know, a pregnant woman, a pregnant man on a Calvin Klein commercial. That's why I limit the amount of time that I spend on Twitter. Hey, I got to go. I'm going to take 10 o'clock in the morning already. KUSG, I got you 93.3. We are The Point. Bye-bye.
Mehmet Oz in the race for the Senate, but a new name has risen, Kathy Barnett. She told Fox's Brett Baer Monday she's earned this opportunity.
I worked very hard to be who I am and to be where I am right now.
The former president says she'd struggle beating Democrats in November. Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman is among the Democrats running for Senate. He's recovering from a stroke.